Chapter 31 of Mad Barbara by Warwick Deeping. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31. John Gore made his retreat from Thorn with nothing more threatening in the way of betrayal than a low, querulous growl from the mastiff chained in the yard. He scaled the gate and made his way back to the thorn tree where he had left his heavier clothes and his sword. Now the sea captain's brain might have been a Spanish treasure ship, and the happenings of the night so many buccaneers, by the way they stormed in and put everything to confusion. There were 100 questions to be asked and answered, and many of them were the worst of riddles. The night sky seemed full of new meanings, new mysteries, new secrets, and Thorn itself a strange dim place where the heart of a man might lose itself in wonder. Yet one truth shone out like a great star above the tower, steady and sure amid so many drifting clouds. He had found the girl with the white face and the dusky hair, and learned that she was no more mad than he was, and for that he gave God thanks. But setting the romance and the tenderness thereof aside for a moment, John Gore found himself face to face with some very sinister and savage questions. Plodding back over the grass toward the beech thicket where he had left his horse, he began to scan the past as he walked, beating up memories with the keenness of a lawyer sifting evidence. Why had they mewed the girl up in this ruin of a place? Why had they lied to him about her madness? What had they to fear from her, that they had made such a secret of the thing? Barbara herself had seemed haunted by some hidden anguish, some mysterious dread that had made her shudder at the simplest question. He recalled all that he had heard concerning her, the mystery of her father's death, her moodiness and silence, the fears my lord had expressed as to her state of mind. He retold, piece by piece, the tale his father had told him on the night of his return from Yorkshire in September. Why had they gotten her into their power, made some pretence of madness, and shut her up with such keepers, and at the mercy of a ruffian's fist? The inevitable answer was that Barbara had discovered some secret that my Lord Gore and her mother were fiercely compelled to conceal. It had not been madness on her part, but perhaps too much knowledge, that had led them to seize such sinister methods. As for the secret itself, the core and pith of the whole mystery, he could only recall the tale his father had told him, and knit his brows over it like a man meeting the sleet of a storm. Now John Gore was a man of action, and as such laid his plans that night. He was going to take Barbara out of Thorn, for all the plots and intrigues and miserable shadows of shame the whole world might boast. There was the fellow Grylls to be dealt with, his father's creature, and though his heart smote him at the thought of it, he was grimly determined to lose no chance. Whatever authority the man might have, he might at least be robbed of information. Captain Grylls would probably spend the night at Thorn, and might be dealt with when he sallied out in the morning. A night watch in the woods opened for John Gore. He and his horse would have to make the best of such quarters as they had, the shelter of the beeches and the litter of leaves and bracken. John Gore swung himself into the fork of a tree, and wrapping his cloak about him, sat looking toward Thorn, his heart full of the night's adventures. The darker thoughts drifted aside for a season, and he thought only of the woman whose womanhood meant so much to him. He found himself wondering at the change in her, for never before had she shown her true self to him, with its flood of pathos, simplicity, and passion. A few moments at a window, a touch of the hands, and they were sharing life and its impulses together. He thought of the long cold nights in that tower room, the loneliness, the forebodings, the burden of past sorrow. It was easy to understand how the less lovable pride in her had been broken, and how with tears her womanhood had come by its true strength. The very sound of her voice had seemed richer to him. The change in her was a change that no true man would ever quarrel with. Though mists rose and a frail moon came up to make the dark woods seem more raw and cold, John Gore kept watch all night in the fork of the beech tree, thinking of Barbara and of the strange things he had discovered. He saw the dawn steal slowly into the east, and with the first grey light thereof, the flutter of something white at the upper window of the tower. But with the day and the sound of the stirring birds, John Gore came down out of the beech tree, for there was work before him, and he had made his plans. There were his pistols to be cleaned and primed, his horse to be given a canter for both their sakes, and a crop at the grass in the forest ride. He still had some victuals left him, and John Gore made a meal under the tree where he had spent the night, keeping an eye on Thorn for a glimpse of Captain Grylls. Nor had the gossamer and the dew shone for long in the sunlight before he saw a horseman ride out from the gate of Thorn, and push on slowly toward the forest track. Captain Grylls was jogging along peacefully that morning, thinking of such things as a man thinks of when he feels fat and warm. The money he is making, the clever things he may have done, or the woman he happens to fancy for the moment, when he heard the sound of a horse's hoofs sucking wet grass, and the creak and jingle of harness. The track had broadened into an open place with a number of greater oak trees spreading their branches over it, so that they made a golden dome, with the turf green and sleek beneath. A man on horseback appeared suddenly amid the oak trees, riding at a canter under the sweeping boughs, with his hat over his eyes as though to save his face from the hazel twigs of the track. The stranger bore down straight on Captain Grylls, though that worthy shouted lustily and tried to get his horse out of the path. And even before he could curse the clumsy folly of the thing, his horse went down like a rammed wall, throwing him heavily, and crushing one leg badly under his flank. Captain Grylls was stunned, and lay there on his back with his mouth open, a great gobbet of wet mud on his forehead. His nag picked himself up, shook himself till the harness rattled, and then stood quietly staring at the stranger, who had blundered into him like a cavalry horse at the charge. John Gore was out of the saddle and bending over Captain Grylls. The fellow was far from dead, though conveniently senseless. John Gore opened his coat, searched his pockets, and found in a brown leather pocket-book a little package about the size of a man's palm, wrapped in a piece of paper that looked like the torn-out fly-leaf of a book. The packet was tied up with worsted and roughly sealed. John Gore took the thing, slipping the leather pocket-book back again into its place. Then he turned his attention to Captain Grylls' horse, taking out that gentleman's pistols, scattering the powder, and rubbing wet mud into the pans. He searched the holsters and the saddle-bags, but found nothing but a pipe and a paper of tobacco, some food, a change of undergear, and a bottle of wine. He had put the things back again when Captain Grylls came to his senses and sat up. With the first clearing of his wits, he had laid a hand to his bruised ankle, and began to swear like a buccaneer at the man who had ridden into him so clumsily. "Teeth and hair of the Almighty, you blind sot of a jackass! Isn't there enough road for you to ride to blazes without blundering into better men than yourself? What the devil do you mean by it, you Sussex clod, you bumpkin, you lousy yeoman? Give us a hand, can't you? Wet grass ain't anything of a cushion, especially when a man has no change of small clothes with him." He glanced at John Gore, but did not seem to recognize him, and getting upon his feet, limped to and fro a while, cursing. Then he began slapping his pockets with his hands to make sure that his purse and pocket-book were there, looking at John Gore the while out of the corners of his eyes. "I have not had anything in the way of an apology yet, sir," he said. John Gore lifted his hat, watching Captain Grylls carefully, to see whether his lack of recognition was a blind or no. He remembered that he had had the collar of his coat turned up that night in the park, and that he himself might not have recognized Grylls but for the wryness of his figure. "Most certainly I offer you my apologies, sir. I was in a hurry, and had taken a bridle track, having business Hastings way by 8. John Gore coarsened himself to the likeness of a gentleman farmer in his best clothes. "You will crack your skull and spill your business if you ride about in such fashion. We Sussex folk have hard heads." "And no manners either," quoth the man in the brown coat, glancing rather threateningly at the pistol-holders on his saddle. He limped up to his horse and examined the saddle-bag to see that his things were there. Then he jammed his hat down on his head, looked sourly at his muddy clothes, and passed a hand over the wettest portion of his figure. A nice start for a 30-mile ride. I shall have to bait somewhere and dry my breeches. A day in the saddle, then? Tunbridge to-night, London to-morrow." He put his foot in the stirrup and climbed up heavily, grunting and swearing to ease his temper. "I wish you a clear road, sir," he said, with sarcasm. "You would do well to lead a charge of horse." "I can only assure you of my regrets, my dear sir. We farmer gentry ride fast when there is a marriage to be arranged." Captain Grylls tilted his nose. "Green youth, green youth," he said sententiously. "In 10 years, my lad, you will break your neck riding to be rid of the sweet thing's temper. Let the blood be hot for a month or two, till she begins to scold in bed instead of kissing." John Gore laughed. "You are a man of experience, sir. Well, I must not waste your time, or my own." The man in the brown coat went away with a jeer. "Spend your time on a wife, my lad, and you'll waste it. Learn to spend it on other men's wives. Steal the kisses and leave them the scratches." "Good morning to you, sir. I wish I had some spare small clothes to lend you." "They'll dry in the saddle, Master Numskull, or I'll sit with my back to the next fire I come across." And he went off at a trot into the autumn woods. John Gore led his horse aside among the oak trees, and proceeded to examine the package that he had taken from Captain Grylls. On the paper was roughly scrawled "My Lord," and breaking the seal and the worsted, he found nothing more astonishing than a mass of wool pressed tightly together. But as he unravelled the stuff, he came upon something hard that glistened, a gold ring set with a seal and bound round with a piece of red silk. The seal was an intaglio cut in sardonyx, a gorgon's head, with a hand holding a firebrand above it. John Gore knew it to be his father's signet ring, and this circle of gold, with its seal, cast out all doubt as to my lord's authority in the matter. That ring might carry his father's orders to and fro without his compromising himself by putting pen to paper. John Gore wondered what the piece of red silk meant. The message it carried might have some sinister meaning, for the mystery and the secrecy of it all had drawn many dark thoughts into his mind. How far would Captain Grylls ride before discovering the loss of the packet? Would he return, or ride on ahead for London? Above all, what message had he carried to Thorn, and had his coming foreshadowed some peril for Barbara? John Gore had thought of holding Captain Grylls at the pistol point, and forcing a confession from him, but he had realized the rashness of such a measure, nor could he have proved that the rogue was telling him the truth. Captain Grylls might be a mere dispatch rider, knowing nothing of the news he carried. It would be wiser to let him go his way without his discovering who was meddling in the plot. John Gore put the ring upon his finger, mounted his horse, and made for the main road. He needed a place where he could lie quiet, and people whom he could trust, and Furze Farm was such a place. He made for it that morning, guided by the shouts of a man whom he found ploughing in a field, and before noon he rode down the grass track that Mr. Pepys had followed, and saw the red farmhouse, the dark thatch, the yellow stacks, and the golden beeches against a breezy sky. As he came riding by Chris Jennifer's orchard, he saw Mrs. Winnie hanging linen out to dry, while white-polled Will paddled round the pond and surreptitiously threw sticks at the white ducks thereon. Mrs. Winnie's blue petticoat was blowing merrily, and she had a clothes-peg in her mouth when John Gore called to her over the hedge. She dropped the peg suddenly, while the wind blew an apron across her face. "Good morning, Mrs. Jennifer." "Drat the clothes! Who be it this time of the morning, and me with a short petticoat on?" She flicked the apron aside, settled her skirts, and came round under a great apple tree, with a few pullets running at her heels. "Good morning, Mrs. Jennifer." "Sakes alive! Is it you, sir?" "Yes, come to ask you a favour. You had better keep an eye on that boy of yours. He still seems in love with the pond." She moved along the hedge, smoothing her brown hair down, and showing the muscle in her big brown arms. "Come in, sir, and be welcome. Will, you little frummit, what be you doing there, terrifying all of us with puddling round in the mud?" She opened the gate for John Gore and gave him a courtesy, for Winnie Jennifer had served as a woman in a great house. and her manners and her speech were less quaint than Mr. Christopher's. "Come in, sir. My man will be up from the ploughlands soon. Dinner will be coming, though it be only rough stuff." John Gore dismounted and made Mrs. Winnie a slight bow. "You offered me your good will," he said frankly, "and I have come to take it, as a friend." He led his horse toward the stable, while Chris Jennifer's wife bustled into the house, putting washing day behind her with good-natured patience. John Gore found her going into the little old parlour with her apron full of sticks, but he protested that the kitchen inglenook would do for him, and that he liked the smell of dinner. So he sat himself down in the nook, under the hood of the great fireplace, stretching his legs out to the fire, and wondering what he would say to Christopher Jennifer's wife. There was a pot boiling over the fire, and Mrs. Winnie began to gather her flour and things upon the table for the making of a pudding. She took a great pot of preserves from a cupboard, and set to work very sensibly in her practical brown-armed way. "If I had known, sir, I wouldn't have put an old one in the pot." "Old one?" "One of the old hens, sir. They're not so bad when you boil 'em. I'll make up some herb sauce to help the old lady down." Now, whether it was the warmth of the fire or the frank freshness of Mrs. Winnie's manner, John Gore found himself telling her enough of the truth to set the woman in her heartily at his service. She forgot her pudding in her sympathy, even so far as to stir the air with a wooden spoon and to spill jam upon the table. John Gore had come to the pith of the matter when he saw her flourish the spoon threateningly in the direction of the backyard door. "Will you little spying rogue, get you out and look for the eggs." "There ain't none," came the retort. "T' birds be moultin'." "Don't answer me, young man. Do what I tell ye." And she made a step forward that sent the youngster running for fear of the spoon. Mrs. Winnie turned to her pudding, casting a look now and again at the grim brown-faced man in the inglenook. "You move me powerful, sir. As sure as I love my man, sir, coming to him as a clean maid as I did, with all my linen and my savings, if it be no liberty on my part, I'll ask to serve you as you please. Come into this house as yours, sir. Come and go, and we'll ask no questions. My man and I will thank God for it, that we can give you service for what you did." John Gore felt that he could trust her, and Mrs. Winnie had no less trust in him. She was a shrewd woman, with some knowledge of the world in her own blunt way, and more sentiment and warmth in her than one would have guessed by the masterfulness of her manner. "I shall be very grateful to you," said the man, simply. "Why, there, sir, it's little enough. There shan't be any poking of noses round Furze Farm, I can tell you that. I have a tongue, and my man is a man of sense. Order your own going, sir, and we'll just mind our business." She could not have shown her good sense or her honour better than by taking the matter as she did, but when John Gore spoke of his more tangible debt to her, she stirred the pudding hard, and would have none of his protests. "No, sir, we have got good crops in, 3 milking cows, a yard full of pullets, all stuff off our own ground. It's just our own stuff, and we shall thank you to eat of it, though it be a bit rough, and not puffed up for a gentleman's table. Charge you 6pence when we kill a chicken, or a penny when I take a bowl of apples down out of the attic? Dear life, sir, not me. My hands aren't made that way." Chris Jennifer came in about dinner-time, heralding his approach by kicking his muddy boots against the stone step at the yard door. He came in and received John Gore and his wife's orders without so much as a blink of surprise. He stared hard at his guest for half a minute or so, and then took a big jug from the shelf over the fireplace. "I'll tap t' new cast," he said, as though that would be his warmest welcome. "Put some apples to sizzle, my dear. S'pose thee'll be air and best sheets?" "Go on with you," said his wife, bluntly. "Do you think I be one to forget such a thing?" Mr. Jennifer lumbered round to her, stood by her solemnly a moment, and then gave her a very deliberate dig under the arm. "T' woman stole gentleman Adam's rib. Mindin's be mendin's." And he went off with a chuckle toward the pantry, leaving John Gore to disentangle the meaning of so solemn a jest. CHAPTER 32. Chapter 32 of Mad Barbara by Warwick Deeping. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 32. Little Dr. Hemstruther, in his rusty clothes, came out from my Lady Purcell's house and entered the chair that was in waiting for him, telling the men to carry him to my Lord Gore's in St. James's Street. He took snuff vigorously as the two chairmen swung along over the cobbles, patted his chest, and beat his hands together to keep them warm. His unwholesome face had a beaky, bird-like alertness, and he appeared cynically amused by something, for Dr. Hemstruther delighted in the quaint inconsistencies of human nature, and had a fanatical hatred of all altruism and the sentiment of religion. Like many sour old men, he was hugely pleased when he had discovered anything mean and scandalous, and yet he was to be trusted in the keeping of a secret, his cynical temper helping him to cover up the follies of those who filled his purse. He merely jeered and mocked at them in philosophic privacy, taking their money and mocking his own self for being the creature of such hire. The chairmen stopped before the house in St. James's Street, Dr. Hemstruther waiting in the chair till the house door opened, for a keen north-west wind was sweeping the street. Toddling in at last, a shrewd, meagre figure, his long nose poking forward between the curls of his huge wig, he was shown by the man Rogers into a little room at the back of the house where Stephen Gore kept his books and papers. Dr. Hemstruther was warming his hands at the fire when my lord came in to him, his florid cheerfulness struggling to shine through a cloud of anxiety and unrest. His suit of sky-blue satin, the lace ruffles at his wrists, the very rings upon his fingers, seemed part of a radiance that was wilfully assumed. A keen eye could detect a certain hollowness in the face, a bagginess beneath the eyes, some slackness of the muscles about the mouth. The silky gloss of his fine manner betrayed through the very beauty of its texture the darker moods and thoughts beneath. Dr. Hemstruther noted and commented on all this as he bowed his lean little body and rubbed his hands for fear of chilblains. And Dr. Hemstruther despised my lord, though he covered up his sneers with subserviency and unction. For my Lady Purcell had fallen sick of the smallpox some days ago, and in her panic and distress of soul was sending my lord messages, which he, brave gentleman, put discreetly to one side. "Well, sir, what news to-day?" Dr. Hemstruther carried a very solemn face for the occasion. "Great peril, my lord, great peril." "What, no better?" "A threatening of malignancy, my lord." A flash of impatience escaped from Stephen Gore. "What is your experience worth, Dr. Hemstruther, if you cannot handle a woman with a fever? The greater part of our earthly wisdom is a mere matter of words." He walked to the window and opened it. "Poor Nan Purcell to have escaped so long with a clean skin! There will be much weeping and gnashing of teeth and covering up of mirrors." The petulance in his voice betrayed his resentment at the lack of improvement in her affairs. Her sickness was infinitely mischievous at such a moment, and inspired him with an uneasy and savage impatience. He flung down into a chair, with all his sweet loftiness in peril of toppling into a snarl of unseemly temper. Dr. Hemstruther appeared to be intent upon brushing some of the snuff from his coat. "The danger is not skin-deep, sir," he said. "You find yourself quite helpless, Dr. Hemstruther, eh? There, pardon my peevishness. I would not venture the weight of a feather either way, my lord, and she is a bad patient. Mens turbida in corpore aegro." He sniffed, smoothed his wig, and looked deferentially at his shoes. "My Lady Purcell is asking for you, my lord." "Then she is conscious of everything?" "Conscious to the quick, in spite of the heat of the fever. If I may be pardoned—" His eyes met my lord's, and Stephen Gore was the more embarrassed of the two. "You think that I should do her good?" "More good, my lord." "Than all your draughts and bleedings?" Dr. Hemstruther bowed and hid a smile with the obeisance. My Lord Gore might find some words to soothe the lady. But you forget, man, that—" He did not complete the sentence, for even his egotism stumbled at the confession of the instinct of cowardice and self-love. Dr. Hemstruther understood him, and mocked inwardly at the great man's prudence. "There is some danger, my lord, but still I would advise—" "As a matter of policy?" "As a matter of policy." Stephen Gore pushed back his chair and stood at his full height, as though he felt the need of feeling himself taller than this little crab of a man who knew so much, and whose authority was so obsequious and yet so strong. "Women have no patience, sir, and will scream fire when a log falls on the hearth. I'm up to my eyes in a rush of affairs to-day, and my friends will thank me if I breathe the pest into all their faces." "To-morrow would serve, my lord." "I may take your word for that? Good. Are there any cautions you would give me?" Dr. Hemstruther screwed his face into an expression of intense sagacity. "I will send you a powder to burn, my lord, and a mild draught to clear you. Sit by an open window, and have all the clothes you go in burned." "My thanks. And now, sir, if you will pardon me, my leisure is not my own." He unlocked a cabinet, took out a silk purse, and, crossing the room, held the purse out to the physician. "I'm exerting myself in that little affair of yours, Dr. Hemstruther," he said. "It is a pleasure to labour for one's friends." Both smiled faintly as they looked into each other's eyes. Dr. Hemstruther put the purse away in an inner pocket and made one of his most courtly bows. "Your servant, my lord. I trust that I am mindful of all your interests." And he went out, sniffing, to wrinkle up his nose sardonically like a grinning dog, so soon as he was out of Stephen Gore's sight. But if Anne Purcell burned with a fever upon her bed, whimpering and calling continually on Mrs. Jael, who had taken a heavy bribe to bide beside her lady, my Lord Gore was in an equal fever of mind, the fever of a man who has many things to dread. He knew enough of human heart to remember that the cords of silence char and slacken when death holds the torch to the secrets of the past. A panic of penitence, the betrayal of others in the mad impulse to make amends, the emotions thirsting for the comfort of the confessional dew. And Stephen Gore was wise as to the gravity of a betrayal, for the man Grylls had ridden into Sussex, and Anne Purcell knew it, and the sealed order that he carried. Moreover, this blood debt was not the only stain that darkened my lord's consciousness. He was sunk to the chin in other and wider waters, where the breath from a hired creature's lips might stir such a storm as should smother death into the mouths of many. He stood before the fire, staring into it, and turning the rings upon his fingers. For the moment it was all self with him, self, savage, querulous, impatient, driven to that height of fanaticism whence the sorrows and hopes of a man's fellows seem infinitely small and insignificant. It was the mad, angry self that beats down and tramples on the life instincts of others, crying a savage sacrifice to the Moloch of the ego. And yet this man in the satin coat, so bland, so debonair, so generous on the surface, heard the low clamour of that underworld that every man carries in the deeps of consciousness. He suffered, yet would not countenance his suffering, hardening himself to escape from it with the fierce strength and subtlety and anger. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Mad Barbara by Warwick Deeping. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 33. If Winnie Jennifer was not in love with John Gore, she was in love with the love in him, for no man could sit and stare so at the fire and look so quietly grim over such a matter without winning over a woman's heart. There was a romance here, and your true woman, be she drudge or madam, has that trick of the fancy that lifts life out of its sordid round and makes her a queen of the fairies, though there be grey in her hair. And when he looked at Winnie with those deepest eyes of his, she knew that he was looking beyond her toward his love, and that the heart in him said, "I must go to her, for she has suffered." Therefore, when John Gore rose up from the ingle-nook about 3 in the afternoon, and asked her whether Mr. Jennifer could lend him several fathoms of good rope, Mrs. Winnie regarded him with a curious glint of the eyes, and felt a delight in meddling in such a matter. "To be sure, sir, there is a good round of rope hanging on a harness-peg in the stable. Come you, we will see." She went out with him, swinging her brown arms and holding her head high, as though proud in her woman's way of sharing in the adventure, and, opening the stable door, showed him a hank of brown rope hanging from the wood. "How much would you be wanting, sir?" "10 fathoms will do." He took the hank down, and, laying it on the floor, began to measure the rope out, yard by yard, coiling it neatly close by Mrs. Winnie's feet. It was good hemp, unfrayed and unrotted, not too thick and stiff, yet stout enough to carry the weight of 3 men. Mrs. Winnie watched him, her eyes inquisitively kind, and her tongue all of a tremble. He was borrowing the rope in the cause of adventure, and she felt flattered in the lending of it, but she wished he would tell her what it was for. "It is good hemp, sir." "I should know a good rope, being a sailor. I shall need it to help me in a bit of a scramble." Mrs. Winnie began to think of all the cliffs and quarries in the neighbourhood, for John Gore had withheld the name of Thorn. "I had better get you a wallet full of food, sir. You may be needing it." "You think of everything, Mrs. Jennifer. I am going treasure-hunting." And he laughed. "Treasure, sir?" "Yes. In a few days I may bring my treasure-trove back with me." Mrs. Winnie understood of a sudden, and her eyes grew full of light. "No doubt she is all you desire, sir, and I ask no more questions of you. You have told me enough before to make me want to take and comfort her." She went away, and returned anon with an extra cloak, a parcel of bread and meat, some apples, and a drop of good Hollands in a flask, for the autumn nights were growing raw and cold. John Gore had saddled his horse and hung the rope over one of the holsters. He looked touched by Mrs. Winnie's simple kindliness, and by the faith she seemed ready to give to him. "I shall have a heavy debt before long," he said. "We don't count by tallies here, sir." And she was quite happy, good soul, in feeling his gratitude pledge its truth. She watched him ride away along the hedge, knowing him for a brave man and a strong one, a man whom a woman instinctively respects. Now at Thorn, Simon Pinniger sat on a tree-stump in an outhouse, lazily splitting billets of wood with the axe-edge of a pick. It was growing dusk, and a pile of white wood lay beside him, with here and there the pink core of an old apple-trunk, amid the billets of oak and ash. Simon Pinniger was tired of the job, and, filling a basket with split logs, he shouldered it and crossed the courtyard into the kitchen, and dumped the basket down beside the hearth with the air of a man whose day's work was done. The woman Nance was at the table, peeling apples for a pie, her lips pressed intently together, and 3 hard lines running across her forehead. The man looked at her a little furtively, and then went to draw some beer from a cask that stood in the corner. He put the jug on the floor under the tap, so that the ale should have a head on it, and stood there watching the liquor flow with the stupid slouching pose of a man whose body was too big for his brain. "Sim!" The sharp rasp of the woman's voice brought him round as though she had clouted him on the ear. "What are you thinking of, man?" The red-lidded eyes behind the eyelet holes of the linen looked capable of expressing nothing but fleshly things. "Supper," he said curtly. "Well, you'll wait for it. Quick, you fool, the liquor's running over." He turned and put a hand to the spigot, muttering as a rivulet of good ale curled across the floor. "All your tongue, as usual." "It's always my tongue, Sim, and never your lumpishness. Wipe that slop up. I'm not going to soil my shoes in it." He obeyed her, and then sat himself on the 3-legged stool before the fire, taking the jug with him, and standing it on the hearth.
"There's comfort in the stuff," he said sullenly. The woman gave a sharp laugh. "Courage, you mean? You 6 feet and a half of fat and folly. You would run away from it all but for me." "Run?" "Yes, you." "You want a week of the branks, my dear. Give me my money and my liquor, and I'm the bully for any man." "Oh, you're a fine fat falcon, you. Keep a little courage in the cask, Sim, till the business comes. 3 days' grace and no countermand. What's it to be? A mattress, or a fathom of rope, or a soft scarf? What are you looking so sulky about?" For the man had bunched himself over the fire, and was rocking backward and forward on 2 legs of the stool. "Let it alone, you fool," he said. "It don't do a man good to think of such things." She looked up mockingly, and threw a half-rotten apple at him. "Oh, you soft head! You piece of pulp! You're no better than a great girl, you who pulled Adam Naylor's windpipe out and broke in that Frenchman's chest. You to make such a blubber over this!" "Who's afraid?" he asked savagely. "My sweet conscience. Oh, dear, good saints! I'm a poor sinner, a poor snivelling sinner. Nance, shut your trap!" And he opened his chest and roared at her with sudden fury. She took it with a laugh. "Better, Sim, better. Put a little temper into it. I'll give you a pint of Hollands when the night comes, and smack you across the face with a firebrand to make you mad." And she filled her apron with the apple peelings, and came and tossed them into the fire. A west wind blew fitfully about the tower of Thorn, the ivy rustled, leaf tapping against leaf, and the clouds passed slowly across the stars. An owl was beating up and down the edge of a neighbouring wood, hooting as he went, now strangely near, now faint in the distance. From the courtyard came the dull burr of the dog's chain as he fidgeted in his kennel. Barbara had been at war with herself all day, distraught, troubled, afraid to believe that which she most desired. And with the dusk her uneasiness and her wavering suspense had deepened, heralding an anguish of self-hatred and humiliation that shirked the ordeal of another meeting. She dreaded lest John Gore should come, and yet listened for his coming, fearing and longing for him in one breath, the past and present fighting for her desire. Twice she rolled up the sheets to succour him in his climb, and twice she unrolled them with a fever of indecision. Her heart laboured with the secret that it held, striving against the untellable, yet trying to beat out nothing but the truth. There was that eternal blood-debt between them, lurid to her, now that the night had come, like the glare of a fire reddening the sky. Barbara walked to and fro a while, and then stood listening, leaning against the wall. Nor had she been long motionless when there was a faint rustling of the ivy, a sound as of something moving, of something drawing near to her in the darkness. She climbed the bed and put her hands to the bars. A faint whisper came up to her out of the sibilant shiver of the leaves. "Barbara!" The fever of doubt and of fear left her suddenly. "John!" "Can you help me?" "Yes, wait." She was down instantly, rolling the sheets and knotting them into a rope. The strands of her hair were under the pillow. She took them and wound them round the knots, and, making them fast to a bar, threw the end thereof out of the window. But the rope would not run by its own weight, and she had to thrust it out foot by foot, standing on the bed and leaning her bosom against the wall. The rope tightened, the knot straining at the bar. Then a shadow blotted out the window. "Dear heart!" She stretched out her hands to him, and then drew them with a sharp sob into her bosom, bending down her head and feeling the old despair taking possession of her heart. "Barbe!" He had forced himself into the stone framing of the window, and she could hear him breathing hard with the grimness of the climb. "Where are you, child?" He lay there with his face to the bars, and heard nothing but sudden passionate weeping. The sound of it went through him to the heart. He stretched out an arm and was able to touch her hair. "Dear heart, what is it?" She shivered and drew away. "You should not have come." "No, no." "John, you should not." My life, child, come, speak to me. I cannot bear to hear you weep." She knew that he was trying to touch her, to be nearer to her, even with all the deep tenderness of his manhood. It was so easy and yet so difficult, so sweet and yet so full of torment. She felt that she could not bear out against him, and yet how could she tell? He spoke again. "Barbara!" And then, "Dear heart, do you not trust me?" Something seemed to break within her, and she thrust up her hands to him with a cry as of one drowning. "John, I am afraid! John, I am afraid! There, my life. Take my hands, hold them, keep me. I am afraid, John. Dear God, what can I say?" Her courage and her will had gone, and a storm of trembling shook her. John Gore felt the quivering of her body come along her arms to him. Her hands strained at his, as though he were the one sure thing left to her in the anguish of it all. "Barbara!" He drew her as close to him as bars and wall would suffer. "Tell me, child, everything." "I can't, John. Oh, I can't." "Dear, do you think there is not one heart in the world? Look up and tell me. I cannot let you go." She was silent a moment, still trembling greatly. "John, you will hate me." "No, no, no." "Your father." His hands tightened on hers. "My life, my courage." "Your father killed my father, John." "Child!" "And I tried to win revenge." She buried her face upon her arms, and then lifted it suddenly toward him in the dark, as though in an agony to know what he was thinking. His hands still had hold of hers, and there was no slackening of his fingers. "John!" "Dear heart." He bent his head, and drawing her hands to him, pressed his lips to them. Below him he could see the dim, appealing whiteness of her face. "Barbe, you should have told me." "I was mad." "Who shall judge us, dear? You should have told me. I might have spared you much." He drew her hands close into his bosom, and she leaned there, letting the tears flow silently and the sorrow in her take refuge in his strength. "You will not condemn me, John? You?" "I? What am I, child, to condemn you? But I have learned, and I have suffered, and, John, in the long, silent nights, I have prayed to God that he would be merciful to me, that I in turn might be more merciful." He kissed her hands again. "God is with us, child, here and now." "How good you are, John! If I could only tell him, and my mother." "Dear heart, let that rest awhile. It is you I pray for, you that I remember." He was silent a while, like a man waking to life from some strange dream. Then he pressed her hands in his, and spoke very dearly through the bars to her. "Barbe, I must get you away from here. I would do it without violence for your sake, for the sake of everyone. It would be easy for me to kill that man, but I would not have blood with the memory of this." She looked up at him and sighed. "Listen, you can trust me. I have a rope here round my body. Take it, when I am gone, and hide it in your bed. I will come again to-morrow and file these bars through. Do you know how the door is fastened?" "With lock and bar." "A tough customer. Do they leave you alone the whole night?" "Yes." "Time, an auger, and a good knife will serve then. I have a place to take you to. You will trust me in this?" "John, need you ask that?" "Dear heart of mine, no, no. Now for a rope's end. When I am safe below, I will give 3 twitches to the rope. Draw it up, dear, and hide it in your bed." "Yes." "And, child, if you are in danger, or fear anything, tear off a piece of linen and tie it to one of the bars. I shall storm in then, without by your leave or welcome, and deal with those gentry at the point of the sword." He kissed her fingers, hung there a moment, and then unwound the rope from his body. Fastening it, he touched her hands through the bars of the window, and went down into the night. End
Chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Mad Barbara by Warwick Deeping. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 34. There were two link boys waiting outside Lord Gore's house in St. James's Street when a short, stumpy woman came hurrying along with the hood of her cloak down over her head. The street door of the house was open, and a servant waiting on the step with a fur cloak over one arm and a sword under the other. His master came out as the woman paused at the steps, a thin, swarthy, sallow man, with alert eyes and a brisk manner. He took the cloak from the servant and swung it over his shoulders, putting his chin up as he fastened the cloak, and making his lower lip protrude beyond the upper. Coming down the steps, he looked hard at the woman, who was leaning against the railings, a look that was half gallant, half suspicious, and even paused to stare in her face, as though he thought she might have some message for him. But since she hung back and waited for him to pass, and was, moreover, woolly and middle-aged, he gave an order to the link boys for the Savoy, and went away at a good fast stride, with the servant following at his heels. The woman ran up the steps and spoke to Tom Rogers, who was holding the door open and staring curiously after the retreating figure. Her voice was importunate and even threatening, so much so that he let her in and closed the door, and went about her business without demur, as though knowing that she had some right to hustle. My lord was in the little library at the back of the house, sorting and looking through a litter of papers on the table with a feverish, irritable air. There was a good fire burning, and charred fragments of paper littered the hearth and fluttered in through the draught at the throat of the chimney. My lord had taken a roll of letters, and was thrusting them into the heart of the fire with the tongs, when Rogers knocked at the door and entered upon privilege. His master glanced at him with a gleam of impatient distrust. "What is it now?" "My Lady Purcell's woman, sir." "Where?" "In the hall, my lord. She says that she must speak with you." Stephen Gore's face had the dusky look of a face gorged with blood from drinking. "Send her in, Rogers. Take warning. I am at home to no one, not even to the king." The roll of letters was a black mass spangled over with sparks and corroding lines of fire, when Mrs. Jael came in with the hood of her cloak turned back. She waited till Rogers had closed the door, and even then looked at it suspiciously, as though afraid that the fellow might be listening. Stephen Gore understood her meaning. He opened it, found the passage empty, and closing the door again, stood with his back to it and his hand upon the latch. "Your message?" Mrs. Jael fidgeted her arms under her cloak, and looked hot and a little scared. "My lady has sent me, my lord." "Well, well?" "She must see you to-night. She will take no denial. I am bidden to bring you back." Stephen Gore frowned at her didactic tone and the menace in her manner. "Indeed!" "She cannot bear it alone, my lord. She must speak with you. We fear that she is dying." "Dying?" "Yes, sir, yes. Don't curl your mouth at me. She bade me say that unless you come to her, she will—" The expression of my lord's face so frightened Mrs. Jael that her voice faltered away into an almost inaudible murmur. He stood staring at her, his flushed face seamed with the passions of a man whose courage and patience had already suffered, and on whom all the hazards of life were falling in one and the same hour. "I will come." He pressed back his shoulders, steadied his dignity, and crossed the room to where hat, cloak, and sword lay on a carved chair. His hands fumbled with the tags of the cloak as he fastened them. Mrs. Jael kept her distance as he walked toward the door, for there was a look in my lord's eyes that night that made her afraid of him. He was as a man driven to bay, and ready to stab at any one who should venture too near his person. Stephen Gore walked the short distance to Anne Purcell's house in grim silence, heartily cursing all women, and in no mood to humour a sick sinner. The whole thing was accursedly vexatious and inopportune, and he hardened himself against all sentiment with the savage impatience of a man who is harassed and menaced on every quarter.
Mrs. Jael was a snivelling fool, an emotional creature who had helped to froth up her mistress's panic. Both of them, no doubt, needed ice to their heads, and a couple of gags to keep them quiet. Yet the great house was so solemn and dim and silent, and the woman's manner in tragic keeping therewith, that Stephen Gore felt chilled and uneasy as he followed her flickering candle up the stairs. The place seemed ghostly and deserted, full of dark corners, draughts, and mysterious empty rooms. Stephen Gore had come in with his pulses thrumming lustily, and the hot intent to put all this meddlesome nonsense out of his path. But the house had much of the eeriness of a moorland in a fog, with quags ready to suck at a man's feet, and a strange, vast silence to unnerve him. Mrs. Jael led him along a gallery, and opened a door at the end thereof. She stood back, waiting for him to cross the threshold, and then, as though she had had her orders, she swung the door to, and turned the key in the lock. Stephen Gore turned with a start, hesitated, biting his lip, and then let things take their course. The room was lit by a single candle. The boards and walls were bare, and there was little in it save the four-post bed. A great fire burned on the hearth, and the air felt hot and heavy, and full of the indescribable scent of sickness. "Stephen!" He forced back his shoulders, gave a tug to his cravat, and turned toward the bed. The curtains were drawn back, and on the white pillow he saw a dusky, swollen face, a face that might haunt a man till the day of his death. "Stephen, are you there?" My lord looked shocked despite himself, as though thinking of the face that he had kissed not many days ago. "Why, Nan, how is it with you?" Her breathing was laboured, her lips cracked and dry, and the hand that she stretched out to him swung up and down like a branch in the wind. "I cannot see you. My eyes are touched." He looked at her helplessly, half loathing the thing he saw, and yet unnerved by a blind rush of pity that beat and shook the pedestal of self. "Stephen, don't come near me if you are afraid." She might have reproached him with the pusillanimous prudence he had shown in keeping away from her until this night, and, vain woman that she had been, she felt that it was the threat alone that had brought him to her. Yet she spoke calmly at first, and feebly, like one who had come to a sense of awe and of the end. My lord put the best dignity he could upon it, but he felt the heat and the wilfulness in him growing cold. "You have sent for me, Nan." "It is not the first time." "I should have come before, but I have been pressed and driven by 100 things." Instinctively she turned her face toward him on the pillow, though she could not see him because the disease had blinded her. "Let us make no excuses to-night, Stephen. Do you know that I am dying?" "No, Nan, not that." She gave a long sigh, and her hands moved to and fro over the coverlet. "Yes, I am dying. You know why I have sent for you." "What is it you desire?" He stood looking at her in some astonishment, and with unwilling awe, for she whom he had always led seemed mistress of herself under the shadow of death, and not the weeping, pleading, terrified thing that he had thought to find. "Stephen, you must go to-night." He faced up as though to attention. "Go? Where?" "Need I tell you that?" "My heart, you are ill and distraught." She raised herself on the pillow with a sudden energy of passion. Her poor marred face could not express it, but her voice had a deep, fierce thrill that came from the heart of the world. "Man, do not play with me to-night, as you have played with me these many years." "Anne, if you will listen to me." "Listen? What have I to hear? This thing lies in my throat and stifles me. I cannot bear it. I cannot bear to die with it, smothering my breath." He breathed out and tried to hold himself in hand. "Nan, it is impossible." "No, no." "I cannot go to-night. There are matters, affairs that it would be death to me to leave. I tell you, my honour is pledged here." She held out a rigid arm toward him, her blurred, sightless eyes at gaze. "Stephen, I warn you—" "I tell you, you do not understand." "Your honour! You weigh your honour against this thing. Stephen, I warn you." "For God's sake, listen! No, no! Save the child, I charge you, or before I die I will tell the truth." Her hand dropped and then went to her throat, for a spasm of choking seized her, and he could see the muscles straining in her throat and her dry lips praying for air. Stephen Gore thought that death had her that instant, but the strength of her purpose bore her through. "Stephen, promise me." He held out his hands appealingly, helplessly, but the gesture was lost upon her blindness. "Promise." "It is impossible." Man, have you ever loved any one but yourself? Have you never stood on the edge of the world and looked over into darkness? I cannot go to it, with this thing stifling me. Stephen, I ask you, if you have ever loved me, do this last mercy." He walked to and fro with a quick, rigid step, and paused at the far end of the room, feeling the air hot and poisonous, and the blood drumming at his temples. "I am to sacrifice myself, Nan? You ask that?" She propped herself upon the pillow, her head swaying slightly from side to side. "I ask you not to face your God, Stephen, with more blood upon your hands." He cried out at her with bitterness. "Woman, what can I do?" "What I have asked. Ride down to Thorn to-night. And, Stephen, do not think that I shall die so soon that you can play with me and shirk it. You may wish that I were dead now, and silent." He leaned against the wall, spreading his arms against it as though to steady himself. "Before God, Nan, not that!" "Stephen, if you have ever loved me, do not stoop to play a coward's trick upon me now." He leaned there against the wall, almost like a man crucified, his face haggard, his forehead agleam with sweat. He had come to temporize, to dissuade, to cheat the truth with a few glib words, and he found the heart plucked out of him, and his self beaten against its anger and its will. "Nan, I will go." "There is time yet." "A night and a day." She held out her hands as though with a piteous sense of loneliness and leave-taking, but though he was humbled, shaken, he could not look into her face. "Nan, I will go. Let that help you to live. What will come of it, God alone can tell." She felt instinctively, through all the tumult of it, that he could not look at her without a shudder, he who had always loved sun and colour and richness about him, a soft skin and pleasant lips. Yet she was too near the veil, too close upon the eternal mystery, to cry out over a lost desire. "Stephen, for God's sake, go!" She fell back on the pillow as he turned to the door and shook it, forgetting in the chaos of his thoughts that the woman Jael had turned the key. He beat upon the panels with his fists, and when the door opened for him, pushed past her without a word, and went heavily down the dark stairway to the hall where he had left his cloak and sword. My Lord Gore was within 20 yards of his own house when a figure that had been loitering in the shadow came slantwise across the road to meet him, and stopped on the footway as he passed. My lord had a glimpse of a pair of shining eyes and the white oval of a man's face between the drooping brim of a beaver and the upturned collar of a cloak. "Good night, my lord. Fugax solvendo non sumus." He was pushing on with nothing more than a low, soft whistle, when Stephen Gore caught him by the arm. "Blake!" "Softly, for God's sake, sir. I have loitered here for half an hour to give you the wink and the text." My lord still gripped his arm. "What is it, man?" "Boot and saddle for me, sir, before midnight, and the godsend of a boat across the Channel. Coleman's correspondence has been seized." "The fool! The Jesuit fool!" "The poor devil will be in the Protestant purgatory soon, sir. If you are wise, ride, ride. There will be bigger titles than yours, my lord, bumping in the saddle to-night." He looked about him uneasily, and then freed himself quietly from Stephen Gore's grip. "Your pardon, sir, but the hawks will soon be on the wing for some of us poor popish pigeons. Good night." "Blake, thanks for this." "Nonsense, sir. You helped me once, and I am an Irishman. Good night." He went away at a good pace, leaving Stephen Gore standing on the footway, with the wind blowing his periwig about his face. He stood there for half a minute, watching a faint shadow melt into the night. Then he seemed to steady himself like a tree between the gusts of a storm, and, turning, walked on slowly toward his house. But Stephen Gore did not sleep in Westminster that night, for he went alone into the stable when the grooms had gone and the servants were in bed, and saddled and bridled a horse with his own hands. He had thrown his periwig into a corner, put on the oldest clothes he could find, to ride out like a sturdy crop-head of a Britisher daring enough to venture on the rounds at such an hour. Pistols, money, and food he took with him, and leading his horse out into the street, went away at a brisk trot into the black chasm of the night. He might be knocked out of the saddle at any corner, but Stephen Gore hazarded the chance, since he might be given an axe or a halter for his badge. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Mad Barbara by Warwick Deeping. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 35. Chris Jennifer was too busy a man to worry his slow brain greatly over other people's affairs, for when a man farms for the children who shall come after him, he can give all the daylight to the land, and trudge home to feed and sleep without much communion with the philosophers and poets. There is always work upon a farm, save for those who have sore heels and a chronic thorn in the forefinger. For these autumn and winter months ploughing, hedging, ditching, carting faggots and stacking them for the winter, spreading the muck abroad, taking odd carpentering jobs in hand, to say nothing of the feeding and tending of sheep and cattle, the fattening of pigs and bullocks for Christmas, the trapping of vermin, and the netting of the accursed coney. Chris Jennifer's most luminous moment was after a rat hunt about the barns and outhouses. To take by the tail the carcasses of sundry strapping rats and heap them in a funeral pile was an act that made Mr. Jennifer feel that Satan can be confounded in this world, and his imps punished for stealing a farmer's corn. For if Chris Jennifer hated anything it was a rat, and next to the rat he hated couch-grass, while the purple-polled thistle came in a bad third. When Mrs. Winnie's husband went to bed he slept the deep, sonorous sleep of a round-headed peasant whose lungs had been breathing in clean air all day, and not even the fact that John Gore had borrowed his best rope, and that his wife was dabbling her hands in affairs that did not concern her, could keep Master Christopher awake and talking. All he had deigned to hope was that us be not going again the law, and that this fine gentleman ben't feeding on hot pie crusts. Then he drew his nightcap down, turned on his right side, and went to sleep with the ease of a dog. Mrs. Winnie, being a woman, and more impressionable and imaginative, remained very wakeful all that night, thinking of all manner of strange adventures, and not a little afraid of John Gore's neck. She had banked the kitchen hearth up with logs, left some supper on the table, and the door unbarred, so that there should be some welcome for him if he came home after bedtime. Yet in spite of all this satisfying forethought she kept awake to listen, and even when she dropped away toward Christopher's oblivion, Mrs. Winnie came to with a start, thinking that she had heard sounds. Daylight came, with a west wind swishing in the beech trees and making a low murmur in the chimney, and the adventurer had not returned. Mrs. Winnie jerked an elbow into her man's back, rose up, and began to dress. She was down and at work in the kitchen getting the fire alight before Chris Jennifer got a very stout pair of legs out of the bed. Mrs. Winnie had piled up the fire, lit the dry brushwood under it, and was kneeling to help the blaze with the bellows, when the door swung open, and John Gore walked in. He looked muddy as to the boots and breeches, and rather white about the face, like a man who has been out long in the cold, though his eyes had a quiet steadfastness
that proved he had no pallor at the heart. Winnie Jennifer twisted round on her knees. "Body of me, sir, you are here at last. I've been kep' awake most of the night through thinking o' you and listening." He smiled down at her, and when he smiled the mystery that was in him seemed to glow and to exult in a way that made Mrs. Winnie hanker for her own days of being courted. "You should not have troubled your head about me, Mrs. Jennifer." The fire was blazing now, making a brave crackle, and John Gore looked at it as though he were cold and empty and dead tired. Mrs. Winnie was up and bustling in an instant. "Sit you down, sir. Why, bless my heart, you must be cold and damp as a dish–clout, to see to your horse. I've seen to him myself, Mrs. Winnie." She pushed forward the great box of a chair that was padded with horsehair and leather, and had been polished to a rare sheen by her husband's breeches. "Just you pull off your boots, sir, and rub yourself dry. I'll have something hot in 10 minutes, and a dish of bacon and some eggs." She was bustling with curiosity as well as with good–will, for there was something in the man's manner that told of mystery and of strange things accomplished, and perhaps of looking deep into other eyes. He sat down obediently before the fire, and, pulling off his boots, spread himself to the blaze. Overhead they could hear the stumping of Chris Jennifer's feet as he tumbled into his clothes with decent circumlocutions. Mrs. Winnie came to hang the kettle on the chain, and while she was bending forward, with the firelight on her face, John Gore sat forward in his chair and laid a hand upon her shoulder. "I am giving you a great deal of trouble, Mrs. Jennifer," he said. "Dear life, no, sir." "Can I ask you to do something more for me?" She knelt and looked around at him, her honest, comely face perfectly trustful. "To be sure, sir." "Then I must make my terms with you." "You can talk of them, sir, though I may not be for the listening of them when you have told me what you wish." John Gore sat back in the chair again, his eyes on the fire. "Mrs. Jennifer, I want some one whom I can trust. I want to bring her to you here, away from people who wish her out of the world." Mrs. Winnie took up the poker and made a thrust or two at the fire. "It's good of you, sir, to give me the honour." "There shall be no danger to you or others, I can promise that." "There, sir, I was not thinking of any such thing. We're only farming folk, and the lady may have prettier notions than—" He bent forward suddenly and looked into her face. "She would bless you, Mrs. Winnie, as I should, for the very warmth of a fire. She has not felt the warmth of a fire this month or more, and she is half starved into the bargain." Mrs. Jennifer opened her eyes with indignation. "What! Not a stick of fire? Who be they that have the caring of her? And no victuals?" "Then you will let me bring her here if I can?" "Dear heart, sir, yes. I'll have my best blankets out, and make cakes and pasties. And perhaps she would like a nice young pullet, sir. We will put her in the parlour ingle–nook, and melt her heart, and give her stuff to make the colour come." John Gore held out a hand. "You do not know how I thank you for this, but there are my terms to be considered." "Oh, get along, sir." "I shall pass over to you 3 gold pieces a week." Mrs. Winnie looked ready to scoff and laugh. 3 sixpences would be nearer the mark, sir. Why, Jem and Sam and Nicholas, our men, wouldn't eat and drink a third of that in 7 whole days." "Never mind your men, Mrs. Jennifer." "Not mind them, and where should we be in 6 months, the lazy loons? No, I tell you, sir." John Gore tried her on another quarter. "Very well, Mrs. Winnie, take the money and put it in a stocking for your boy." "But, sir—" "Take it, or turn me out of the door. I hold to your good will and your trust with all my heart, but live on you I will not, just because I happened to pull the youngster out of the pond." The woman gave the fire 3 more pokes. "I wouldn't do anything to hurt you, sir." "Then you will put the money aside for the child's sake." Mr. Christopher Jennifer had had great faith in his wife's wisdom ever since she had elected to marry him in preference of a gay sprig of a harness–maker at Lewes, a gallant who could write verses after the fashion of a gentleman, and who had deigned to dazzle both with dress and address. Chris Jennifer, in his courting days and season of rivalry, had fallen violently foul of this same harness–man for the love of Mrs. Winnie. Chris, who had never been a quarrelsome man, had put his bristles up at the last under the provocation of his rival's genteel and foppish impertinence. He had led the harness–man by the ear into the back–yard of Mrs. Winnie's father's house, and there had smitten him, and in the smiting had won his way to Winnie's heart. For she was a woman who must have strength of a kind in a man, and silence and shrewd sense, nor could she abide a ranter or a puff-bag, nor a fellow who was always talking big about the gentry, and telling how he had dined at the justice's table. Men with long tongues were not after her fancy, seeing that length of tongue generally goes with a league of silly vanity and boasting, and that men who talk much are still talking while your quiet man has ploughed his furrow. Therefore, when Mrs. Winnie threw out a downright hint to her man that Gentleman John was likely to bring his lady-love to Furze Farm, and insisted upon putting sundry gold pieces into son William's pocket, Mr. Jennifer humped and nodded, and supposed there would be no harm in it, if t' parson be not left out in t' cold. Mrs. Winnie snubbed him for his sneaking prudery, and protested that he had no wits in him to see when a gentleman was of clean, brave blood, and the very stock of honour. "The lad's in love, Chris, as a lad should be, though he be past 30 by the set of his jaw and mouth. He ben't one of your gillyflower gentlemen, prancing along and tweaking his chin to and fro to see how the women fall to him. It be none of my business to spy and to speculate, but the woman he be after, Chris, must be a woman worth winning." Mr. Jennifer was heaving a couple of faggots into the woodshed while his wife dropped these suggestions into his ear. Son William had been sent out with a basket to pick blackberries, and the men were down in the fields. "I hope it be nothing against law, Willie." "Go on, you great coward." "Wha, my dear?" "When ye smacked Peter Tinsel in the mouth that day for love of me, did ye think of the law, Chris?" He stood and looked at her with a slow, broadening grin, as though he were proud of her cleverness and her courage. "T'law be damned, that were what I told Peter Tinsel." Mrs. Winnie stuck out her elbows as though to express the word exactly. But her husband came up to her and kissed her on the mouth with a manly vigour that swept away any sense of superiority on her part. Mrs. Jennifer was busy over many things that day, seeing that Furze Farm might be turned into a refuge for romance, and that she had people of quality to cook for. Yet she found time to have a short gossip or two with John Gore over the parlour fire, and that which struck her most was the grim foreshadowing of something in his eyes, as though he had an enemy to meet, or a debt to wipe out in the cause of honour. Had Mrs. Winnie been able to read his thoughts as he sat before the fire and cleaned his pistols after sending the bullets splashing into the pond, she would have hugged her bosom and have understood that grim look about his eyes and mouth. For in the silence of the night, and amid the wet black woods where he had seen the dawn gather, John Gore had suffered a revelation that would have made any man's heart heavy and ashamed. He had never greatly loved his father, nor had they ever trusted each other with the inner intimacies of life, yet a son cannot lay bare his begetter's true nature without recoiling from it when he beholds rottenness and hidden sores. The tragedy was so plain to him, so terribly simple now, that the scattered rays of his conjectures had been gathered by the burning glass of truth, and John Gore had ridden into Furze Farm that morning with the cold raw air of the wet woods in his blood, and the heart numb in him but for the thought of Barbara. The warmth of the fire and a tankard of ale had driven some of the poisonous taste from under his tongue, but the truth galled him like a bone in the throat, filling him with wrath and shame and pity. Mrs. Winnie found herself called upon to provide more tools for him that day, and after some rummaging in an oak locker in the harness-room, she found him what he needed, namely, a file and a half-inch auger. He also borrowed the pillion on which Christopher Jennifer took his wife to market at Battle, Hailsham, or Robertsbridge. By reason of these details, Mrs. Winnie understood that the romance was deepening to a crisis, and though she kept her tongue to herself in the matter of asking questions, she cordially commended John Gore in his prison-breaking, having a hearty contempt for authority when true sentiment was threatened. While John Gore rode through the woods when the evening mists began to dim the splendour of the trees so that they were like shrines of gold seen through the drift of incense, Simon Pinniger sat in the kitchen at Thorn, drinking to get his temper up and his blood hot and muddled against the night. He would spread out his great hands before the fire and look at them with a kind of sottish pride, keeping an uneasy eye on the woman Nance, who in turn kept a keen eye on him.
"What's it to be, Sim?" she asked, with the air of one who must keep a surly dog in good temper with himself. The man drew off a great red neckerchief that he was wearing, made a loop, and, putting one fist through it, drew the ends tight with his teeth at the other end. "That's my trick," he said, dropping the end from his mouth. "Them Spaniards have a liking for it, and Spaniards are particular in the playing of such tricks." Chapter 36 of Mad Barbara by Warwick Deeping. Chapter 36. There was to be a moon that night, and the thickets were black at sunset against the cold yellow of a winter sky. Frost hung in the air, with a gusty, arid northeast wind that came sweeping south with the sense of coming snow, while great purple cloud banks loomed slowly into the north. The grass was already stiffening, and the leaves made a dry, thin rattle as John Gore drew up in the beech thicket over against Thorn. He had brought an extra cloak with him, and a loin-cloth for his horse, and after some searching he found a little hollow where dead bracken stood, and where the beast would be sheltered from the wind. He buckled the bridle about a young ash whose black buds and branches stood out against the sky. John Gore took his sword, pistols, and tools into Thorn with him that night, tying them up in the end of a red scarf, and swinging them after him as he straddled the gate. He hid the sword and one pistol in the ivy at the foot of the tower, and set out on a reconnaissance, holding close under the deep shadow of the walls, and keeping a long knife ready in case the dog should be loose and on the prowl. There was a faint silvery glow low in the eastern sky, but no moon as yet, and John Gore, meeting the keen north wind, thought of Barbara in that cold room, and felt his heart warm to her, and to Mrs. Winnie, as he remembered the blazing kitchen at Furze Farm. Probing about in the dusk, he found the doorway that led into the ruined hall, and into the corner of the hall the rough stone stair and door that gave access to the tower. It might have seemed simpler to have set to work straight away upon that door, but he chose the safer, slower method of forcing the window and then working from within. The rope was dangling from within reach when John Gore returned to the foot of the tower, and he went up it hand over hand with the tools slung behind him by the scarf. He was soon under Barbara's window, where the rope ran taut over the sill, and reaching in for a grip of the bars, he called to her in a whisper. "I am here, John, waiting." He felt the wind on his back, and guessed how miserably cold that room must be. "Poor heart, the room must be numb in you." "No, John, not quite." "Let me have your hands, dear." He lay in on the window-ledge with his face against the bars, and stretched his arms in. His hands groped for hers and found them, and of a truth they were like ice. "Why, my life, you are all a shiver." She was shuddering a little, half with the cold, half with a deep thrill from within. "No, it is not only the cold, John." "No?" "It is all so strange and hazardous." He held her hands between his, and then began to chafe them to get them warm. "We will soon have you out of this. I have found a warm nest for you, where they pile the wood half-way up the chimney, and look glum if one does not eat more than one needs. You must rest there, Barbie, and forget everything for a while, and let the past die, dear, if you can. I suppose the folk below will not meddle to-night." "No. Yet it is strange, John. They have brought me no food to-day." "No food, child? Why?" "Oh, I had a little bread left." "The brutes! And here am I chattering like a starling instead of getting to work." He drew up the scarf, and unfastening the knot about the tools and pistol, laid them before him on the sill. Then he made a loop in the rope, so that the end should not be left dangling near the ground and betray him in case the man Pinniger were in a vigilant mood. He had brought a rag with a slip of lard in it, and he greased the bar with the fat where the file was to work, so that the tool should make less sound. The steady burr of the steel teeth soon told of their bite upon the rusty metal. The 3 bars were as thick as John Gore's forefinger, but they had rusted away more at the lower ends, where the damp gathered, and the rain had stood in tiny pools. A strong arm would be able to thrust them in after an hour or so's steady filing.
Barbara stood on the bed, leaning her arms against the wall and listening to the stubborn rasping of the file. There was a sweetness even in that rough, shrill sound to her, for life and desire were breaking in with strong arms and the beat of a man's heart. She no longer felt the cold, but stood there conscious only of the dearness and mystery of it all, letting a sense of infinite peace steal in. She fell almost into a dreamy, wandering mood like one near to the edge of sleep, hearing him speak to her from time to time. Now and again he would stop and rest, and stretch a hand in between the bars, and she felt him once take a strand of her hair and lay it across his lips. John Gore had filed through one bar and bent it back, when a sudden, clear, ringing sound came up to them, out of the silence of the tower, like the clash of something metallic upon stone. Barbara woke from her stupor of dreams like a frightened sentinel, and put up a hand as though in warning. "John, did you hear that?" He had heard it, and hung there with every sense upon the alert, hating the wind that made the ivy rustle. Barbara had stepped down from the bed and crossed the room to the door. She knelt and laid her head to the lock, holding her breath, her lips parted, her eyes at gaze. A vague suggestion of movement came to her from the dark well of the tower stair, a dull, slow, scraping sound that came up and up, with moments of silence in between. There was no glimmer of light as she looked through the keyhole, nothing but that slow, cautious sound, like some big thing crawling in a dark and narrow place. Shivering, her skin a-prickle as with cold, she went back to the window, climbed the bed, and gave the man a whisper. "John, there is some one coming up the stair." "Lie down on the bed, child. I will slip out and wait." She heard the rape chafe slightly against the window ledge as John Gore lowered himself cautiously so as to be out of view. He hung there as a sailor can, with feet and knees gripping the rope, and one hand on the butt of the pistol that he had thrust into his belt. He had left the tools on the window-sill, and no one would see them or the knotted rope about the bar unless they climbed up from the bed to look. Hanging there, with the wind shaking the ivy, he could hear no sound in the tower, and see no glimmer of light coming from the squints. The rising moon was beginning to throw gleams down into the valley, but the western quarter of the tower was as dark as a well. It was a moment when a man may feel scared by some vague, indefinite peril invisible to him in the darkness, or he may clinch his teeth and keep his right hand ready, knowing, if he be a man who has had his share of adventure-hunting, that his own imagination may be far more sinister than any living thing on earth or sea. There was a sudden faint click like the twist of a turned lock, a sound that made John Gore lift his chin heavenward and listen with both ears. Then came a slow whine, as though an unoiled hinge were turning. The door of Barbara's room had been opened. He had no doubt of that. Probably she was feigning sleep, thinking that one of my lord's creatures had come to see that all was safe. A harsh gust of wind shook the ivy on the wall, making John Gore curse the leaves for setting up such a flutter. But above the rustling of the ivy he heard an abrupt and half-smothered cry, and then the sound as of people struggling. The bed creaked. There was an inarticulate choking, as of someone striving to call for help through the smothering folds of a cloak. The black room within seemed full of movement, of piteous effort, of hoarse, savage whisperings that made his mane bristle like a furious dog's. He gave one shout as a challenge and a warning, and then slid down the rope without heeding how it chafed his hands. Plucking out his sword and pistol from the ivy at the foot of the tower, he ran for the doorway that led from the terrace into the hall, his face meeting the moonlight that poured down through a broken window. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Mad Barbara by Warwick Deeping. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 37. The door at the foot of the tower stood open, and John Gore plunged in with his sword forward and his pistol at the cock. The place was as dark as a pit, and he thrust out right and left with the sword, the point ringing against the walls till he found where the gap of the stairs opened. He went up silently, for he was in his stockings, but there was more grimness in that swift and silent climb than any clangour and clash that armed men might have made.
His blood was up, the devil awake in him, and the spirit of murder howling in his ears. He seemed to see all the gross, smothering horror of the scene above, and he set his teeth as he wondered whether he would come too late. A quick shuffling sound came down to him in the darkness. A hurrying human thing was close to him, and John Gore challenged and lunged without pity. There was a hard sob, and a dim shadow of a figure dragged down his sword's point in its fall. He freed the blade and went on with hardly a thought, as a stormer pushes on over the bodies in the throat of a breach. A sudden gleam of light slanted down the stair, and he heard the tread of heavy feet and a harsh shout of "Nance! Nance!" Rounding the last twist of the stair, John Gore came upon a man with a white cloth over his face, standing on the landing outside Barbara's room and holding a shaded lantern in his hand. There was no parleying between those two, and Simon Pinniger, caught without arms, lifted up the lantern as though to dash it in John Gore's face. The sea captain flung up his left arm, and firing straight into the man's body, saw him go lurching back, the lantern falling at his feet. John Gore sprang up with his sword ready, thinking for the moment that the bully had it in his heart. But Simon Pinniger's ribs were tough enough to turn a pistol bullet, and he recovered himself and came at the rescuer like a bull. He tried to beat the sword aside with a sweep of the arm, but the lantern still burned upon the floor, and John Gore was too grim a gentleman to be tricked so easily. He avoided the blow with a backward step and a swift backswing of the right arm. The point was still to the fore, and lunging with the whole weight of arm and shoulder, he felt the blade grate between the fellow's ribs. Then he was caught full face, like a bluff ship by an ocean roller, and knocked backward down the stairs by the mass and impact of the man's charge. The sword broke a foot from the guard, but John Gore held to the hilt even while the brute bulk of the man was grinding over him down the steps. Twisting free, he slipped aside against the wall, only to feel a hand grasping at his throat, and the sound of hoarse, wet breathing mingling with savage curses. He struck out with the hilt of the sword, broke the man's grip, and came up top dog, despite Simon Pinniger's brute plunging fury. It was like the death-thrashing of a leviathan amid blood and spray. They struggled, clawed, and smote for a moment, till a chance stab went deep into the fellow's eye. He crumpled down into the darkness. John Gore heard his head strike the wall, and the breath come out of him like the wind out of a stabbed float. The man was mere carrion, and John Gore sprang up the stairs, finding the lantern still burning, though the grease from the candle had guttered through upon the stones. He picked it up, and was about to push forward into the room when a black square in the flooring caught his eye. A flagstone had been turned upon its side against the wall, uncovering the mouth of some oubliette or pit, and for a moment he bent over it, trying to probe its depths, as though dreading lest that dear body should be lying broken in the darkness beneath. A glance through the open door of the room showed him Barbara lying upon the floor, with the bedclothes half covering her as she lay. He was down beside her with a cold sweat of fear on him, as the light from the lantern fell upon her face. A red scarf had been wound about her neck, and her 2 hands were still straining at it, pathetic in their impotence to let in life and breath. John Gore set the lantern down, caught her up, and unwound the thing, cursing as he did so the marks where the white throat had been bruised by brutal hands. There was froth on her lips and dusky shadow covering her face, yet the lips were warm when he pressed his cheeks to them, and, putting an ear to her bosom, he found that her heart still throbbed. An inarticulate "Thank God!" came from him, but the cry of the moment was "Air! Air!" Taking her in his arms, he bent for the lantern, and swinging it by the ring from one finger, he started down the stairs. He hardly heeded the 2 bodies lying there, save to step over them, and so, with all his manhood, praying and striving for the life in her, he came out into the cold night and the pale gleam of the moon. Now John Gore remembered a trick that an old buccaneer surgeon had taught him at Port Royal, a trick that had saved men who had been cut down from the gallows or pulled out senseless from the sea. He laid Barbara on the wet grass that grew in the old hall, and, kneeling at her head, took her 2 arms at the wrists and began to move them gently from the shoulders, spreading them wide, and then crossing them with slight pressure upon her bosom. Nor did man ever thank God more than did John Gore when she began to breathe feebly of her own sweet self, and the rise and fall of her bosom showed that the tide of life had turned. He bent over her and wiped her lips, touched her bruised throat tenderly with his fingers, and then leaned back and looked at the moon, as though that broad, white, heavenly face could understand what all this meant to him. He lifted her up again in his arms, and seeing a yellow glow beating along the passage that led from the hall into the kitchen, he made for it and made a huge fire blazing on the hearth, the light from it making the place far brighter than in the day. There was a rough sort of couch under the window, and John Gore laid Barbara upon it, and drew the thing up before the fire so that the warmth should hearten the life in her. And then, for the first time, he took notice of the swelter he himself was in, his shirt hanging open and showing his chest, blotches of crimson staining it, his very stockings soaked from the blood of the 2 dead creatures upon the stairs. A man in such a war-tackle was not a savoury thing to meet the eyes of a frightened girl. John Gore bent over her a moment and saw a faint pink flush creeping into her cheeks, while her breath came and went steadily, with a quiet sighing. There was an oak chest in the kitchen, and John Gore found some clothes in it, a rough shirt that had belonged to the dead man, and some woollen hose. He went out into the yard, where the dog was rattling his chain and making a great whimpering, as though calling for his supper, and knowing there was a pump by the stable, he stripped himself to the waist, washed, and put on clean gear. Then he unbarred the gate, and brought in his coat and riding boots from under the thorn-tree, so that he should seem something of a gentleman, and not a ragged scoundrel hardly fit to touch a woman's hand. Barbara was still lying like one asleep before the fire when he returned, for she had been so near to death that life seemed to steal back softly and slowly, as though still afraid. John Gore had never looked thus at his love before, as a man might look at a sleeping child, or at some fair valley under a golden dawn. He saw the faint flush upon her cheeks, the shadowy sweep of the long lashes, the little dark curls of hair falling with such a sheen of sweetness over her forehead, the line of the red mouth, the soft warmth of her skin. She looked thin, poor child, frail and tragical, and yet the suffering that she had borne had shed a glamour over her that made her more lovable and more womanly than of old. His heart went out to her with all the awe of a man's desire as he stood and watched the coming of life and love. There was a fluttering of the shadowy lashes, a long-drawn breath, a movement of the hands, and then the low cry of one waking to some revolting memory. John Gore bent over her and took her hands in his. "There is nothing to fear, dear heart." A shudder ran through her as she looked at him, and some moments passed before light and understanding swept the shadows from her eyes. But the look that came into them when her soul awoke made John Gore long to take her in his arms and to hold her close to him, so that he could feel the beating of her heart. "John, is it you?" She spoke huskily, from the bruising of her throat by Simon Pinniger's murderous hands. "It is all over, Barbe. We are king and queen of the castle." He wished to hide all the grimness of the night's work from her, seeing that her great eyes were ready to grow frightened and full of fear, showing that she had borne too much already in body and soul. "John, I remember it all now. They were smothering me in the dark." He took her face between his 2 hands and looked dearly into her eyes. "Barbara, you are in my keeping. Try and forget all that, dear heart. I came in time to scare those wolves into the night. Now you must suffer me to have my way." Barbara looked up at him almost timidly, as though conscious of his nearness and the homage in his eyes. It had been dark in the tower window,
but now they saw each other in the light, and a mysterious coyness covered her face. "I will do all that you wish, John." "I shall take you away to-night." "Yes, yes, take me away from Thorn." Her hands went into his. "There is a moon, dear, and I have a pillion for you, if you are strong enough." "Oh, yes, I am quite strong now." She made as though to sit up on the couch, but she grew faint instantly, so that John Gore held her with one arm about her shoulders. More spirit than strength, Barbe, yet. Some of her old obstinacy appeared in her for the moment. "No, I am only a little giddy." "Lie down again." "No, I must make a start." She dropped her feet in their worn shoes over the edge of the couch, glanced at him a little wilfully, and then looked away with a rush of colour and a tremulous flash of the eyes. "You must try and be patient with me, John." "It is not a matter of patience, child, but food and good wine." She put a hand to her throat. "I could not touch anything in this place." He looked at her with a smile. "Not even if it came in my pocket?" "I will try, John." "Of course you will. I have work to do here before we start." He brought out a flask from his pocket, and food that Mrs. Winnie had wrapped up in a clean white napkin. There were some little cakes, and some baked meat laid in slices between slips of home-made bread. Barbara looked at them, and gave him a first sad smile. "It is gross of me, John, but those cakes make me feel hungry." "The very best confession, dear." "Will you have some?" He had laid the cloth upon her knees. "No, child, not yet. Can you bear to be left alone awhile?" "I am quite brave now, John, but—" "Well, sweetheart?" "You are not going far?" "No, only into the tower to get the rope which is not mine to leave. Is there anything that you would wish to take?" She looked down thoughtfully, her dark lashes sweeping her cheeks. "There is a book, John, bound in red leather. I would not leave it here, because it has helped me, taught me, almost as much as you have done." End of Chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Mad Barbara by Warwick Deeping. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 38. John Gore had grim things on his mind that night, and a task before him that he did not wish to come to Barbara's knowledge. She, poor child, with Mrs. Winnie's food in her lap, food such as she had not touched for many a day, would have had no heart to eat and drink had she known of the dead on those dark stairs. He wished to spare her the horror of it, for the night had been gross and violent enough, and after all the suffering she had borne, he was afraid for her in body and mind. Taking the lantern, he made his way to the tower, closing the door in the passage that led from the kitchen into the ruined hall. Nance Pinniger lay dead upon the stairs, her mouth open and her hands clinched over the place where the sword had entered, and John Gore shuddered as he looked at her, wishing, for the sake of her womanhood, that he had held his hand. He went higher to where the man lay half doubled against the wall, the cloth that covered his face caught between his teeth in the death spasm. The fellow's bulk seemed a veritable barrier against burial, and John Gore, hardened as he had been to the rough life of the sea, felt a vital horror of this huddled mass that seemed gross and gluttonous even in death. Remembering the open pit, he went and held the lantern over the black hole in the floor, but was still unable to fathom its depth. Here was a ready vault if he could but get the dead to it, a pit that seemed to scoff with open mouth at those whom fate had cheated. To make short work of a grisly business, even as John Gore did, he took one of the sheets from Barbara's room, and knotting it about the dead man's ankles, contrived, thanks to his great strength, to draw the body to the edge of the pit. Unknotting the sheet, he turned Simon Pinniger down into the darkness, handling him daintily so as not to foul his own clothes. For the woman he underwent a like labour, letting the bloody sheep slip after her, and turning the flag down into its place. He had the feelings of a man who had played scavenger to a headsman upon a scaffold, and he still seemed to hear the soughing rush of wind from the pit as those dead things went to their last resting-place in the secret depths of Thorn. When he had drawn the rope up from the window, unknotted and coiled it, and gathered tools, pistols, and his broken sword, he searched for and found Barbara's red Bible, and retreated, with all his gear, out of the tower. The memory of the place made his gorge rise, and he was glad of the night air and the light of the moon. He drove his feet through some clumps of grass and weeds, yearning to wipe off every stain of the place before taking this child out into the world. In the kitchen he found Barbara warming herself before the fire, and the spirit of maidenhood in her, the smooth virginal contours of her face and figure, filled him with a sense of freshness and of awe. He saw the play and counterplay of shadow and light within her eyes, and held it to be witchcraft miraculously pure and sweet, bringing down God to him, and beauty and clean living. Somehow he felt that night that he could not go close to her, that he had a butcher's hands, and that it would be impiety to touch a thing so goodly. Moreover, there was a delight in holding a little aloof from her, in watching all her half-coy sweetness, so fresh and new to him in her altered womanhood. He could mark the shade and sunlight of her glances, the passing gleams of colour on her face, the birth of that dear consciousness that strove to smother that which could not be wholly hid. "How long you have been, John!" "I had dropped some of my things and had to hunt for them. I found your book." He gave it to her, and throwing the ropes and the tools upon the table, he busied himself with reloading the pistol that had sent its lead into Simon Pinniger's body, having a small ivory powder-horn and a bag of bullets with him. "I heard such strange sounds, John, while you were away." "Oh?" And he seemed intent on ramming home the charge. "It was like something falling in a cellar under the house." "Old houses are full of such sounds," he said, looking up at her suddenly. "Thorn sheds bricks and plaster most nights in the year, with the ivy working its way everywhere." Gore began to gather up all that belonged to him, and finding a sack in one of the cupboards, he tumbled the tools and rope into it, tying the mouth of the sack with a strip of stuff torn from the quilt of the couch. His own sword was broken in its scabbard, so he took the hanger down that hung over the fireplace, and also the long carbine that had a strap for slinging across the back. John Gore had brought the horseman's cloak with him from under the thorn-tree, and he took it and laid it upon Barbara's shoulders. Moreover, Mrs. Winnie had lent him a woollen scarf and some gloves, which he had stowed away in the bottom of his holsters, and he knew that the girl would need them because of the keen wind. "I have left the horse in the woods, Barbe. What sort of shoes are you wearing?" She showed him them, and he did not commend their flimsiness. "You must let me carry you, child, or you will have your stockings soaked in those boggy meadows, and we shall be some while on the road." She glanced at the table where the sack and the arms lay, and then gave him an unequivocal smile. "And you think you can carry me as well as all that, John?" "It can be done." "I'm not so selfish as that. I have stolen your cloak already." "There is another on the horse." "Instead of carrying me, John, give me something to carry." He looked at the thin hands she held out to him. "There is your book." "Yes, but I can take more than that." "As for that, we will see what the grass is like when we get over the moat." They went out together into the courtyard, where the moonlight came down upon the chequer of stones outlined and interlaced with grass and weeds. Above them rose the black tower, dark as with mystery, while on every hand dim silvery hills rode toward the frosty curtain of the sky. "I had forgotten the dog." The mastiff had come out from the old cask that served him as a kennel, and was clanking his chain over the stones and growling. "Some one will find him, John. They may come back when we have gone." But John Gore knew better. He did not like the thought of leaving the beast chained there to starve, and he was debating whether a pistol bullet would not be the kinder end, when something far more hazardous challenged his attention.
The wind was beating about Thorn, shaking the ivy on the walls, while the clank of the dog's chain had a suggestive ghostliness. Yet beyond these sounds came the dull, rhythmic thud of a horse trotting over stiffening turf, the muffled cadence coming down upon the wind as they stood in the court of Thorn and listened. "Quick, dear, we must play at hide-and-seek. It is that fellow Grylls riding back again." They were close to the open gate at the moment, and John Gore took Barbara by the hand and drew her aside along the wall to where a stunted bush had made roots and grown despite the stones. He pressed Barbara back within its shadow and stood covering her, a pistol ready, and the hanger at his belt should he need cold steel. "Not a sound, Barbie. Be ready to slip away when I take your hand." They could hear the steady thud of hoofs over the grass, and even the heavy breathing of the beast, as though he had been pushed and bustled by the spur. John Gore guessed that his rider was skirting along the moat. Then came the sharper clatter of the iron shoes upon the timbers of the bridge. The dog set up a savage barking, and in the moonlight they saw a man ride into the court of Thorn, steam rising from his horse like smoke, so that the beast looked huge and spectral. The man himself, though outlined against the moon, showed nothing but the sweep of a cloak and the droop of a black beaver. He sat motionless a moment in the saddle, and then, dismounting, led his horse by the bridle toward the mist of light that came from the archway leading into the kitchen. John Gore felt for Barbara's hand, and they glided along the wall toward the gate, for the man's back was toward them, while the barking of the dog and his grinding against the chain drowned the sound of their footsteps utterly. They made the gate, and went out hand in hand over the bridge and away over the moonlit grassland, with the barking of the dog dying down into a hoarse whimper. John Gore had thrust the pistol in his belt and swung the sack over his shoulder. He put his right arm about Barbara's body and swept her along by main strength toward the towering beech trees that shone in the moonlight, while the seal of silence seemed over Thorn. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of Mad Barbara by Warwick Deeping. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 39. It was Stephen Gore who had ridden that steaming horse into the courtyard of Thorn. Stephen Gore, with jaded, twitching face, and eyes that looked weary with straining and gazing into the deeps of the night. No man can be constantly and statuesquely selfish through life. The very whims and impulses of human nature are against such a frozen constancy in self-seeking. Nor can a man ever swear to being master either of himself or of his future. The whole gamut of the emotions are arrayed against him. A child may prove his vanquisher, or a woman his seducer. Stephen Gore exchanging epigrams with some princely wit, or bending over a pretty woman's chair, was a different creature from Stephen Gore, shabby, saddle-sore, jaded to death, riding with an imagined price upon his head and a prophetic mist of blood before his eyes. Throw a man out of his natural environment, and he may lose all the genius of self, and even the poise of manhood. Milton, seated upon a boat's thwart, in the midst of mad, cursing Jamaica buccaneers, would have probably seemed contemptible and a coward. March out of fop in vile clothes, and he may prove a sneaking, cringing, self-shamed thing, for all his soul was in his coat. We are so much the creatures of habit that our habits flatter us like well-trained and obsequious servants, and we lose our dignity and even ourselves without their ministrations. So it had proved with my Lord of Gore that November night, after a reckless, memory-haunted ride from something he feared toward something that he was being taught to fear by the bleak, wind-swept loneliness of wild roads in night and in winter. Nature is powerful to work upon a man's mind when all the primal instincts of hunter or hunted come again to the surface. All the damned out of hell might have been rushing on him through those gibbering, moaning woods. The very trees had grotesque and sinuous hands stretched out to catch and strangle. There had been the physical weariness of it all, the chafing of the saddle, the stiffness, the lust for speed, the flounderings of a tired horse, the 101 vexations that break the heart in a man when it has no inspiration to keep it whole. And as the poise and the self-grip of the colder will had slackened, so the emotions had taken law of license and had scrambled abroad over the man's consciousness. The cool, eclectic, cynical, civilized gentleman gave place to the credulous, elemental, emotional savage. Primitive instincts came to the surface, an awe of death and the invisible, a dread of the dark. My Lord Gore's nerves were as tremulous as the nerves of a coddled boy when he reined in his steaming horse under the shadow of Thorn Tower. His face looked flaccid, and yet under strain. He had lost that power and precision of movement that is second nature to a man bred among pomps. He nearly fell as he climbed out of the saddle, looking about him with quick, scared glances, such as a child might have given in a dark garden at night. The dog seemed alive enough, and sufficiently lusty to scare away ghosts, but my lord cursed him for the infernal pother he made, being out of heart and therefore out of temper. He led his horse toward the kitchen entry where the light of the fire came out, and stood there waiting in the throat of the short passage as though expecting someone to come out to him and at least be decently servile. But since no living soul appeared to answer the barking of the dog and the clatter of hoofs on the stones, he hitched the bridle over a hook in the wall and marched in slowly, yet with the slight swagger of a man who has no reason to be proud of his courage, and yet is determined not to be put out of countenance by anything he may see or hear. But there was nothing tangibly alive in Thorn that night, save the dog in the yard, nothing but the crusts and embers of life, and the silence amid the rush of the wind that made the place seem cold and ominous. A man's nerve may come back to him again when he has got a grip upon realities, but surmises and conjectures at midnight are apt to run toward emotionalism and panic. There were the blazing fire, the remnants of a meal upon the table, the whining of the hungry dog, to prompt him to a conclusion. But my Lord of Gore began to shiver inwardly, and to become conscious of an empty feeling under the heart, and of a vague horror that seemed to penetrate the air. Yet a lust to see the end of it, and a blind impatience that set aside shadows and suspicions, gave him sufficient animal courage to light the lantern his son had left, and to go exploring through the ruins. The ways of Thorn seemed known to him, for he went first to the tower, nor did he need to go beyond the first few steps in order to discover the ooze of a tragedy staining the stones. None the less he went on doggedly, as though carried upward by the very ferment of the passions in him, greatly dismayed within himself, yet greatly afraid of missing the whole truth. And so the lantern went jerking upward into the darkness of the tower, its movements seeming to signal some restless, devil-driven quest after unhallowed spoil. When Stephen Gore came back again into the blaze and warmth of the kitchen, he looked shrunken and ashy about the mouth, and he walked in a stooping, hollow-chested way like a man huddling into himself because of the cold. He closed both doors, and even the doors of the cupboards, after peering into them, as though he were afraid of the dark and of any dim, unlit corner. Then he drew the couch up close to the fire, spreading his hands to it, and staring at the flames with a vacant, colourless face. The horror of some unseen thing seemed in his eyes, and his lips fell apart and loosened like the lips of a very old and feeble man. At midnight there had been a moon, but before dawn snow came, a great, grey, shimmering gloom drifting through the vague world. The dry leaves shivered and crackled in the wind as the myriad flakes came sweeping down, ribbing the boughs and the curved fronds of the bracken, piling itself amid the moss at the roots of great trees, and scudding over the open lands with a fierce, withering haste that left the grass tussocks white like stones catching foam from a rushing stream. The dawn came as a mere greyness, with a flocculent, drifting chaos of snow in the air, and a bite in the north-west wind that sent spikelets of ice bearding the fringes of ponds and ditches.
Now Mrs. Winnie had been awake most of the night, and had risen very early, full of an instinct that strange things were about to happen, what with such a storm of snow the first week in November. She had the fire lit in the kitchen, and was standing at the window watching the snow come down, when she heard a horse neigh in the stable, as though the beast had caught the sound of a comrade's coming. And, sure enough, through the maze of snow she saw something dark draw up toward the gate, and knew in her heart that John Gore had returned. Going to the door, she lifted the bar, and saw the snow come whirling in with a hungry wind that went deep into her bosom. There was the click of the gate, and the man came up the path between the drooping stocks and the withered, swaying rose-bushes, with something wrapped in a cloak lying in his arms. Mrs. Winnie went out to meet him, her woman's nature caught by the spell of such a love-tale. "Mrs. Winnie!" "Thank God, sir, you have brought her back." The breast of his coat was white with snow, for he had wrapped both the cloaks about Barbara to keep her warm. And he looked down anxiously at the face that lay against his shoulder, as though he feared that the cold had gone to her heart. "We lost our way, and only luck helped us back again. A warm fire, Mrs. Winnie. She is half frozen." Christopher Jennifer's wife had taken a sly peep at this desired one, but she was as brisk and concerned as John Gore was, and not a woman to talk and dally. "Come in, sir, out of this wind. It bites into the blood of the child. Such a storm, with autumn only half out of the door. Let me have her, sir. I know what the cold be on these Sussex hills." John Gore carried Barbara into the kitchen, for he had ridden with her in his arms to keep her warm, guiding his nag with a touch of the knee. She had fallen asleep with weariness and the cold, a dazed, numb sleep that was not pleasant to consider. Her lips were white and her hands like ice, so that she looked more like a sleeping snow-maiden than a living girl. Mrs. Winnie had shut the snow and the wind out, drawn her man's chair forward, and was running and rummaging for pillows, wraps, and blankets. Son William put his head in, and was sent packing with the flick of a flannel across his cheek, much amazed and not a little delighted. Mrs. Winnie well-nigh took Barbara out of John Gore's arms, as though this was a woman's affair, and not a matter for a man to meddle with. The wood fire had roared up to a great red mound, and was flinging out such a heat that the very air seemed a simmer. Mrs. Winnie had Barbara propped up before it, with her head on a pillow and her bosom open to the fire. "You will find a brick, sir, holding the pantry door open. Put it in the fire to heat." John Gore did as she bade him, while she reached for the chain with an iron crook and slung the kettle on it. "There be the tongs, sir. I'll wrap the thing in a bit of flannel and put it to the child's feet. Poor dear young thing. Lady, I mean, sir. Mercy o' me, her shoes are wet and almost froze." She knelt down and stripped off the shoes and stockings, and began chafing the little feet, admiring them in her blunt, frank way, and calling them the feet of a lady of quality. She had noticed the marks on Barbara's neck, and John Gore, seeing her eyes fixed there, nodded grimly, and put a hand to his throat. His eyes held Mrs. Winnie's, and she understood the need for silence. "Where be that brick, sir?" John Gore brought it out with the tongs, and Chris Jennifer's wife patted it into a piece of flannel, and set Barbara's feet upon it with a smile of satisfaction. "Now for some hot toddy, sir," and she went away to mix it. John Gore bent over Barbara and touched her cheek, for a faint colour was creeping back, and he felt that even Mrs. Winnie might be kissed at such a moment. But being a quiet man, he went out to see to his horse, hardly noticing that his own feet were still like frozen clay, and his arms were stiff from carrying his love. There was a brave breakfast cooking, and the fire was a red, shimmering slope of wood ash, when Mr. Jennifer came stumping down the stairs to pause and stare in astonishment at Barbara as he opened the stairway door. She was lying back in the chair with her eyes open, but with no real soul in them as yet, her hands hanging over the chair-rail, her black hair bathing her face. Mr. Jennifer came in softly and discreetly, and stood about 3 yards from her, fingering the side-seam of his breeches. Then he made a bob and waited, and then a second bob, with a stolid persistent desire to be proper in the matter of politeness. But though Barbara hardly had sight or hearing for anything as yet, Mr. Jennifer stood stolidly to his convictions, and scraped his feet to make the lady look at him. Mrs. Winnie caught him at his bobbing and scraping, with a puzzled stare in his eyes, and his thick head full of kindness. He glanced at his wife with extreme cunning, and gave her a whisper behind his hands. "Come here, Winnie. What be t' lady staring at? Here I be making a knee to her." "Get out with you, you great fool!" She gave him a cuff across the ear, but Mr. Jennifer still gazed at Barbara. "She be purty enough, but what be a terrifying me be why she won't blink them eyes o' hers." "Get along with you, Chris Jennifer, you great booby. Can't you see she be dazed with the cold? And will she be thanking you for standing there and staring like a cow? Go and help the gentleman with his horse." "And did them come all on one horse, me dear?" Mrs. Winnie looked at him, and Mr. Jennifer went. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of Mad Barbara by Warwick Deeping. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 40. With the coming of winter there had been strange happenings at the Purcells' house in Pall Mall, for my lady had died the night after Stephen Gore's going, with no one to comfort her but Mrs. Jael. The servants had all fled, and the house stood deserted save for the live woman and the dead one. The very tradesmen shirked the steps, friends had business elsewhere, and Dr. Hemstruther himself, being a keen Protestant when popery was especially perilous, kept his distance, knowing that my Lord Gore's influence had been paramount there in heart and body, for my Lord Gore was one of the Catholic gentlemen upon whom the plotmen longed to lay their hands. It happened that when poor Anne Purcell died, that there was some store of silver and of plate in the house, also her jewels and trinkets, and sundry precious things that belonged to the Purcell family. Mrs. Jael showed some little care for the corpse by covering it with a clean sheet, but she showed far more care for her own concerns, and for the valuables that were at her mercy. She ransacked the whole house, gathering every small thing of value into a heap on the floor of one of the attics, gloating and smiling over it, and promising herself great joys, for Mrs. Jael had picked up a sweetheart, a rough, sturdy fellow from Aldgate way, and she crept out one night to warn him of her good fortune, and to persuade him to help in spiriting away the plunder. The man was a common thief, and had tricked even the smooth, sly Jael for 3 months past, pretending that he was in the cloth trade, and that he hankered greatly after a comely widow. He was ready enough to join in the adventure, and cared as little for smallpox as for the reek of an open drain. And thus Mrs. Jael let him into the house by night, and they packed up the plunder between them in a couple of sacks, and so went their way into the darkness. But the man no longer had any desire for the voluptuous embraces of a widow, and in some way Mrs. Jael came to her end that night, and was found weeks later afloat in the Thames, an unrecognizable and nameless body. Now Jael, during the time that she was gathering the treasure together, had left lights burning in my lady's room to make people think that Anne Purcell was still alive. She had put new candles to burn the very night she had fled out to her death, and so an eerie thing befell, for officers in quest of papists, and my Lord Gore in particular, broke into the house, having heard the rumour of smallpox, and considered that it might be a trick. But they found Anne Purcell lying dead in her bed, a sheet covering her, and the candles burning, not a living soul in the whole house, and every chest and cupboard rifled. So the law stepped in, beat round for witnesses, and buried my lady at night with a bushel of quicklime, and extra pay to the man who buried her. Then there was a learned to-do, much hunting out of documents, and much puzzling over facts. For Mistress Barbara Purcell was her father's heiress, after her mother's death,
and Mistress Barbara had come within the Chancellor's ken by reason of unsound mind, yet no living soul seemed able to tell where this same Barbara Purcell was. The lawyers looked wise over it, and sat down cheerfully to make their pickings, Chancery claiming authority in the case, and not caring greatly how long the dilemma lasted, so long as they handled the property. For every man's mind was full of the plot those months, and not for many years had the Whigs boasted so much business. Titus Oates had come toward full notoriety in October by harrowing the public with the fulminations of a furious imagination. Then had followed Sir Edmundbury Godfrey's murder, the seizing of Coleman's correspondence, and a panic in London, with mobs shouting in the streets. The Protestant beacon had been fired, and blazed with terrified fury, while Oates threw faggot after faggot to feed the flames. Catholic peers were cast into the Tower, 2,000 or more smaller people were arrested, all Papists commanded to leave London. The train bands marched through the streets, executions were soon to begin. It was nothing but plot, 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 from Parliament to pulpit. At Thorn in Sussex, my Lord of Gore hid himself from the knowledge of all these things, a man shrunken strangely from his former buxom self, a man without nerve or energy for the moment, vacillating between plans on a dash across the Channel for France and the timidity of a hunted thing that fears to leave its hiding-place for the open. Even as Monmouth the Protestant prince, at the head of an army, differed from Monmouth the panic-obsessed fugitive skulking in a ditch, so the Stephen Gore of Whitehall differed from the Stephen Gore of Thorn. Some blight seemed to have fallen on him, turning his manhood into a white-faced, memory-haunted thing afraid of the very shadow of its own thoughts. That brief, fierce burst of winter may have helped to chill the marrow in the courtier's bones, with the wailing of the wind and the whirling of the snow. For a man cannot do without food and fire, and Stephen Gore had to turn drudge to his own need. At first he had tried to dispense with the fire, for fear the smoke should betray him. But when he had shivered and ached for 2 days, his caution surrendered to the lust for warmth, and he brought in faggots, and with great trouble made a blaze. He had found a store of salted meat, ship's biscuits, and other stuffs still left in the place, and though Thorn had a horror for him, he clung to it like a fox to his earth, knowing of no other place wherein to hide himself. For there seemed hardly a better place in the kingdom than Thorn, for Pinniger and his woman had not been molested all those weeks. There would be a score of open ways for a bold and resolute man to take later, but the heart was utterly out of Stephen Gore, and the spirit of yesterday was not the spirit of to-day. Yet what, after all, had he to fear, setting visions of judgment and other worlds aside, but the passing fury of a Protestant mob, and the wild tale of a double murder? A month ago these menaces would have stung the self in the man to thrust them aside with audacity and resolution. But a climax had come and gone. Something was breaking in him, and taking his cool self-trust away, and he felt like Samson shorn of his hair. Perhaps the bile had congealed in him with the cold, for nothing can make a man more tame and listless than a clogged and sluggish liver. Perhaps he had lost faith in his own genius for success. Perhaps he was a penitent. This last would have been the pretty, saintly end, confession and absolution, penance, the lighting of tapers and saying of masses, and all the saints in the calendar stretching out succouring hands. Yet there is something incongruous in the idea of a strong, selfish, cynical man huddling himself feverishly into the habit of religiosity when retribution comes knocking at the door. It often fails to impress the conscience. It is not always convincing, even in romance. Probably the secret of all this crumbling up of courage lay in the nature of the man's very self. Vanity may be a rare cement in the walls of a man's fortune, so long as there is no corroding acid in the air, and Stephen Gore's genius had rested upon his vanity, not in his dress alone,
but in all those attributes that a man desires to see given to his splendour. His vital force had been fed upon the pleasant things of life. He was a self-inflated, artificial creature, who was strong so long as he could be flattered, but like an orthodox believer smitten to the heart with doubt, he began to find his convictions dissolving into chaos, and the adulations of self-worship becoming a mockery, despite his efforts to believe them real. Voices, sharp, sneering, sardonic voices that he had had the strength to stifle of old, began to cut him with his own cleverness, using the very gibes against him that he had used in the gay salons to his own glory. For when a cynic falls into misfortune, he is likely to discover that he has nurtured a devil that will use its claws upon the master who has reared it. Stephen Gore had often said that a man who begins to think his virtue shabby is a man who cannot afford to pay his tailor, the priest. Never confess to yourself any cause for shame, or you will soon find your feet in the mire. Men may regret, only women and fools repent. Consciousness is life, therefore a man ought to suffer himself to be conscious only of pleasant things. And my Lord of Gore was having a wider consciousness forced upon him in the narrow world of that ruined house. And where were the studied pleasantries of consciousness? A fine gentleman feeding on salt beef and onions, scraping his own fire together, and living in devout horror of a prosaic thing called death. So much so that he was possessed by a species of morsomania, grim enough to prevent him seeing the cynically comic side of his own condition. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of Mad Barbara by Warwick Deeping. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 41. A man in love is not supposed to think of his lady's clothes, but only of the brightness of her eyes, and the beauty of her body, the way her lips curve when she smiles, and how she may look coy or mischievous, or sad and silent, with some mysterious desire. Yet there is a delight in practical things when shoes are for certain feet, and the petticoats to hide a certain comely pair of ankles. John Gore had inquired of Mrs. Winnie as to the shops in Battle Town, and qualified her enthusiasm somewhat to himself when she vowed that Mr. Bannister's mercery and haberdashery shop might have served the Queen. Chris Jennifer was riding into Battle that week, for the wind had backed into the south-west, and the snow had thawed in a day. And John Gore set forward to ride with Mr. Jennifer, Mrs. Winnie whispering to him that her man could carry a power of things, being accustomed to suffer all manner of commissions. For Barbara had nothing but the clothes she stood in, and was wearing a pair of Mrs. Winnie's shoes when she went down the garden path to watch John Gore mount for battle. Mrs. Jennifer was always taking her man by the coat-tails when these young things were about together. Poor Christopher had no peace in his own house, being ordered out of the way wherever he might go, and told that he was a blind booby for not keeping the corner of an eye open, and for not thrashing those lazy, gossiping rogues, his men, for loitering and hanging about the buildings. Yet Christopher took it all very patiently, going out to the stable to smoke his pipe, and teach son William to make jumping jacks, and bird-snares and pop-guns out of elder-wood. Mr. Jennifer and John Gore came to Battle Town that day, and pulled up outside Mr. Bannister's shop, where Mill Street ran toward Mountjoy and the mills. Chris Jennifer had business at the farrier's and the grocer's, so he left John Gore to his own affairs, promising to be back in half an hour in order to help load the baggage. John Gore called a boy to hold his horse, and went into Mr. Bannister's shop with the grim air of an Englishman who is tempted to feel shy. A young woman came forward with ribbons in her cap, and a saucy, giggling look that seemed to rally the gentleman on his surroundings. John Gore had no use for her at all. He looked round the shop and saw no one else but a little old woman carding wool. "Is Mr. Bannister in?" The girl stared, and the old lady put down her wool. John Gore took off his hat to her. "May I see Mr. Bannister himself, madam?"
Titsy, go and see where the master is." And Titsy went, with a flaunting fling of the shoulders, for the man had not taken off his hat to her. Mr. Bannister was a mild man in rusty brown. John Gore could see that he had just washed his hands, and bustled into his Sunday wig, for he had put it on awry. He came forward with the walk of a man who suffered from chronic rheumatism about the spine, and he was wearing at least 5 pairs of stockings, to judge by his bulgy legs. John Gore persuaded him to the end of the counter next the door, not at all pleased to see that Titsy of the ribbons had come back into the shop and was listening with both her ears. "Good day, sir. In what way may I serve you?" "I want some of these stuffs here. God knows what you call them. Stuff for gowns and petticoats and things." The need seemed rather vague and extensive. Mr. Bannister worked his mouth about, and wondered who the stranger was, and whether he had proper money. The girl Titsy began to giggle, and John Gore half wished that he had let Mrs. Winnie come and do the shopping for him, though her taste was crude and monstrous in many ways. "The fact is, sir, I have been made the guardian of a young gentlewoman, and I find that she is not clothed in the style she should be. Come here to the door, sir, to get out of range of that confounded girl of yours, whose manners might be mended. Now, Mr. Bannister, I have heard your shop well spoken of, and I want proper stuffs for a wardrobe. You know what I mean. I leave it to you. But show me your cloths and silks and ribbons." Mr. Bannister was a man of tact, especially when a gentleman produced a purse. He turned Titsy and the old lady out of the shop, locked the door, and commenced business. John Gore was soon handling all manner of dainty stuffs, silks, brocades, cloth of red and green and blue, cottons, and the like. Mrs. Winnie had truly praised Mr. Bannister's store of treasures, and the lover soon had all that he listed for the glorifying of his lady. Gold passed across the counter. Mr. Bannister had begun piling certain dainty linen aside with the mystery of a man of sentiment. "Can I send these by carrier, sir?" "Thanks, my friend and I can take them, if you will cord the stuff so we can carry it aboard our horses." "Very good, sir, very good." Mr. Jennifer came in at that moment, his hat on the back of his head, and his face trying to kill a grin. Mr. Bannister glanced at him a little severely, and was more surprised to see the stranger own him as the friend he had referred to. "What be all these doings here, Mr. Bannister, in battle, eh?" "What doings may you be referring to, Mr. Jennifer?" "Doings? Why, there be old Squire Oxenham out on his grey oss on t' green, with a pair of sodgering fellers in red, and half a score yeomen, and Lawyer Gibb, and a little gentleman in a great wig, with a face like a raw side of beef." Mr. Bannister had heard of none of these doings, and they went to the door, all 3 of them, and stood on the footway, looking toward the green. Squire Oxenham was there, sure enough, with a couple of troopers and the yeomen, all mounted, and 1 or 2 more gentlemen to watch the mounted men, who were keeping their horses moving, all save Squire Oxenham, the lawyer, and the red-faced man in the big black periwig. "What be it, Garge?" Mr. Jennifer accosted a man in a leather apron, who came swinging along the sidewalk. "Devil a bit I knows. Some of these papistry gentry to be taken, I guess. Squire Oxenham's keeping mum." Mr. Bannister pulled out a pair of tortoise-shell spectacles, and took stock of the scene. He had hardly adjusted the spectacles when the 2 troopers came riding up the street, followed by the yeoman, Squire Oxenham, and the rest. A rabble of small boys followed at their heels, till the squire made free with the whip he carried, and drove the boys back like a lot of dogs. They swept past Mr. Bannister's shop, Chris Jennifer running forward to hold the heads of his and John Gore's horses. They saw the cavalcade go westward past the Watch Oak, and Squire's grey horse and the redcoats of the troopers standing out vividly from the duller tints of the rest. Mr. Bannister folded up his spectacles and remarked that the times were troubled, and that a king who gave all his days to women could not keep a kingdom clean. And he looked severely at the rows of heads protruding from the windows all down the street, and caught Miss Titsy's beribboned cap bobbing back to escape his censure. "The parcels yonder are for you, Mr. Jennifer." The farmer went in to survey the bales on the counter, while John Gore passed 3 doors down the street to a cobbler who sold gentlewomen's shoes. He bought a pair of red leather slippers with silver buckles, and also some strong, stout shoes fit for the wet grasslands in winter, for it was his desire that Barbara should bide at Furze Farm till he knew how matters fared in other quarters. Christopher Jennifer was a genius at piling baggage about a horse, and they were soon on the homeward road, John Gore thinking not a little of the things he had seen in Battle Town, and wondering whither that cavalcade had ridden, and what their business might be. For when a man has a secret in his heart, he is always jealous of the vaguest threat, and ready to imagine that his secret may be meddled with by all the law and the prophets. And John Gore had no wish for the tragedy of Thorn to be dragged into the light as yet. He thought of Barbara before all else, and of any peril that might threaten her new-found health and hope. Son William was packed off to bed early that night, and Chris Jennifer went out into the wood lodge to cut logs for the fire. In the parlour were the bales that John Gore had brought in from Battle, and Mrs. Winnie's fingers itched to open them, but Barbara knew nothing. It was after supper that John Gore took his knife and cut the cords, and turning back the sacking, left Barbara and Mrs. Winnie to look at the things together. He left them to it, because he was the giver, and because he knew that there were some matters that he could have no hand in. He had told Mrs. Winnie what to say, for Barbara had fallen to like Mrs. Winnie very greatly, and Chris Jennifer's wife was no less fervent in her eagerness to mother the little lady. John Gore was sitting alone before the kitchen fire when the parlour door opened very softly, and a shadow fell athwart the clean red bricks. Barbara was standing there with some ruddy silken stuff held up over her bosom and falling in rich folds to her feet. He turned in his chair, smitten with the thought of how fair she looked, with her swarthy beauty and that ruddy sheen of silk to heighten it. There was just a flash of woman's vanity in her eyes that moment, a thing new in her since he had come. "Barby!" She came to him, holding the stuff in her 2 hands, and they could hear Mrs. Winnie singing with purposeful vigour in the parlour. "John, how good of you! But you must let me—" "Let you do what, my soul?" And he rose and stood looking at her very dearly. "Pay you, John." "What pride! And nonsense! But that silk is sweet now, is it not?" She met his eyes, blushed, and looked down at her own figure, and then suddenly she let the silken stuff fall to the floor, put her 2 hands up over her face, and burst into tears. "How wicked of me! How utterly wicked! Why, Barby, child? Don't speak to me, John. To think that I should give thought to such things when all this is over over us both." He went to her, putting an arm about her shoulder, touch her hands gently with his lips. "Weep not, dear heart. If it be wrong that you should have these pretty stuffs, it is I who am to blame for loving you." She let her hands fall and looked up through a mist of tears into his face. "John, can you ever forget the past? Can you forgive?" "What have I to forgive, dear heart?" "Ah, yes, but—" He held her at arm's length, his 2 hands upon her shoulders, and looked into her eyes. "Barbara, it is not your heart that is hard now. God has given this love to us, and what God gives, who shall forbid?" She hung her head and sighed. "I am wondering, John." "Well, my life? What will happen? What we must do? What the end may be?" He looked at her a moment in silence, and then spoke like a man whose strength is in his own heart. "Child, there is one good and certain thing with us. Let us hold to it, you and I together. I will take shame from no man, and no lie from any living throat. If there should be dark days, let them come. I will not let you go from me. No, for here life is, nor can there be sin or shame in that which God has given." She looked up at him quickly with a great brightness of the eyes. "John, I could not stand all alone now." "Why, my desire, what more can a man pray for?" and they still heard Mrs. Winnie singing as though she were singing at a harvest home. In a little while they went back together into the parlour hand in hand. Chris Jennifer's wife was standing with her back to them, posing herself before a little old mirror with a bright piece of stuff, pink roses upon a green ground, folded about her bosom. She turned with a start, and whisked the thing away as though shy of a piece of matronly vanity. "Why, Mrs. Winnie, you have picked out the very thing." "Me, sir? I was only trying how my little lady would look in it gathered up over the breast, just so, Mr. John." "But I bought that piece of stuff for you, Mrs. Winnie." "Now come, my dear good gentleman, me with pink roses! Well, I should praise you in it. Pink roses and a face like a side of bacon! Dear soul, but it be too young for me." Barbara went to her suddenly, and taking the stuff, unfolded it and held it to Mrs. Jennifer's figure, and in truth she looked comely with the sweet colours of it, turning her coy brusque face this way and that with self-conscious pride. "You look like a bride, Mrs. Jennifer." "Go along with you, Mr. John, you be as bad as the rest of them with your tongue." "But by my soul, dearie, it do look sweet." End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of Mad Barbara by Warwick Deeping. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 42. It would almost seem that Stephen Gore was a little mad those first few days in Thorn, what with the fever of a chill he had taken in the saddle, the utter ghostliness and melancholy of the place, and the cold, raw mists that hung about the moat. The cold went to his marrow, and the sinister solitude of the house to his brain, for at night Thorn was a veritable goblin castle, where a man might imagine all manner of dim horrors. The wind made strange noises and whisperings of dismay. Plaster crumbled and fell. Slants of moonlight sprang in as the clouds drifted over the moon. The ivy rattled on the walls. Worm-eaten beams creaked and cracked, and the wind was everywhere like a haunted spirit. Stephen Gore had found only one candle left in the place. It had lasted him but one night, so that when the dusk fell he had no light but the light of the fire. And he would lie awake on the couch in the kitchen, the hot blood simmering in his brain, and a sweat of shivering fear on him, while he fancied that he heard voices in the thickness of the walls, and a sound as of things moving in the darkness. However dainty and superfine a man may be, his flesh takes command of his spirit when the smaller necessities of life fall to his own hands. It would have delighted some of the cynics of Whitehall to have seen this fine gentleman in his shirt-sleeves splitting firewood with pitiful clumsiness, and disciplining his stomach in an attempt to boil salt beef. For Stephen Gore was repeating some of the experiences of a Selkirk, save that his solitude was of his own seeking, and yet not a matter of choice. What with misery of mind and body, the malaise of the fever, and the utter melancholy of the place, my lord's manhood and his moral courage were in ruins within a week. He gave way to a sense of panic, and to a delirious lust for self-preservation that would have seemed ridiculous but for the very real torment he was in. Whether he was hunted as a conspirator against the state, or as a spiller of innocent blood, were possibilities that pointed only to the one grim issue. The morbid belief in their having sinned against the Holy Ghost has sent superstitious mortals to Bedlam. A morbid dread of death seized on my lord with equal grimness, and in a week he had lost that larger consciousness, that cool sanity and shrewd sense of humour that gave a man power over the chances of life. His intelligence began to drop to the level of the animal that seeks to cover its tracks from possible pursuers. Sagacity gave place to cunning and a blind passion for the annihilation of everything that might betray him. He sent his horse adrift, driving him out with savage prickings from the sword, so that the beast fled panic-stricken into the woods. As for the dog, he put a pistol bullet through his head, tied a weight to the carcass, and sunk it in the moat. Saddle and harness he buried in the garden,
keeping the bar up across the courtyard gate, and going out from the house only at dusk. He even made his fire on the floor in the middle of the kitchen, enduring the smoke and the smarting of his eyes, so that the smoke might leak away through the doors and windows and crevices instead of pluming up out of the chimney. He burned all the rough furniture in the place, save the couch and an old stool, and taking up 2 of the flagstones in the floor, dug a hole under them to hide the store of food, not realizing, perhaps, that the stuff would be mouldy and rotten in a month. It was his feverish purpose to blot out every trace of life from Thorn, so that should it be raided by the law, there should be no clues. The marvel was that he found such a life worth living for the sake of the life he hoarded. But Stephen Gore was not wholly sane those days, what with the fever and the sweat of fear in him at night, and the thoughts that haunted him as thirst haunts a straggler in the desert. Nor was all this cunning of his wasted upon chimerical possibilities and feverish fancies, as the event soon proved. It was the day of John Gore's ride into Battle Town with Mr. Jennifer, and Stephen Gore had fallen asleep on the couch in the kitchen, for he could sleep in the day, if not at night. About 2 o'clock in the afternoon he awoke to find that the fire had burned itself out, for the erstwhile philosopher had much to learn in the simple matter of building a wood fire so that it should not be out in an hour. He scrambled up rather sourly, and was about to cross the court to the wood lodge, when he heard a faint "Halloo!" coming from the misty stillness of the wooded slopes of the valley. Stephen Gore turned back into the kitchen like a man who has escaped walking over a cliff in the dark, and stood listening a moment, with his hand to his ear. Then he pushed the couch away toward the window, and, kneeling, swept the ashes of the fire into the hearthstone with his hands, thanking heaven for the providential perverseness of the thing in burning out while he was asleep. Climbing the lower story of the tower, he looked cautiously through the narrow window to see nearly 20 mounted men coming down over the grassland at a fast trot. My lord's knees rubbed together as he recognized the redcoats of the 2 troopers, and the more sombre and magisterial look of the gentry who followed. Days ago, Stephen Gore had searched out a hiding-place for himself, and his choice had lighted on nothing cleaner and more distinguished than the chimney in the kitchen. He had climbed up by the chain, despite the soot, he who could hardly wear the same shirt twice in a week, till the throat of the chimney narrowed so that he could use his hands and feet. About 15 feet from the ground he had discovered a little recess in the brickwork where a man might stand and not be seen by anyone looking upward. He had eased the ascent to this possible niche of refuge by knocking in an old nail or 2 that he had found in one of the outhouses. A great amount of majestic cant has been written about the stately courage of the gentleman. There are very few Sir Richard Grenvilles in the world, but far more Falstaffs ready to take refuge in the washing-basket at a pinch. To have played the proper heroic part, my lord should have gone out calmly to the gate of Thorn, and courteously dared these gentry to take him while he lived, or at least to have awaited them with aristocratic composure, and delivered up his arms like a great captain surrendering a fortress that he has no longer the power to hold. Such would have been the picturesque setting of the scene, but the meaner impulses of human nature triumphed, and the gentleman went up the chimney like a sweep's boy, barking his knees and elbows, and colouring his dignity with most satanic soot. Squire Oxenham and his party came to the gate of Thorn, and sent one of the yeomen over it to drop the bar and let the others in. 3 men were left to guard the horses and the gate, and 2 more to patrol the borders of the moat, while magistrate, attorney, king's rider, and the rest spread themselves abroad to ransack the place, keeping their steel and powder ready in case they might come to grips with desperate men. But for all their bravery and bustle they found nothing but silence and emptiness in Thorn, as though the place had remained lifeless since the old Scotch folk left it in the autumn. Squire Oxenham and Lawyer Gibbs found their way into the kitchen, and went no farther in the manhunt, being content with the work done. The lawyer noticed the discoloured stones in the floor, and some wood ash lying in the crevices, and had he touched those stones, instead of staring at them in a perfunctory and superior way, he would have discovered that they were warm, and that a fire had been lit there that very day. Squire Oxenham, being an old and plethoric man, with threatenings of gout in the right foot, sat down on the couch and pulled out a flask of Hollands. He and the lawyer began gossiping together, and the Knight of the Chimney could hear every word that passed. "We shall have an appetite for supper, Thomas, though we may not set eyes on Mr. Shaftesbury's lord. Deuce take me if I can get my blood hot over the notion of sending some poor devil to the block. What are you staring at the floor for, Thomas?" "There has been a fire here, squire." "Months, old man. The place where Sandy McAllister smoked his Sabbath clothes before sneaking into heaven without crossing Peter's palm. Have a drop of spirit, Thomas Gibbs. I wonder what made those Westminster wolves scent out Thorn as the man's hiding-hole. The fellow Maudsley tells me that the Purcell woman— Hello, Sacker, my man, have you found anything except owls?" "Not a thing, your worship." "Just as I thought, Mr. Gibbs, just as I thought. Any man of sense with a warrant out against him would have been in France days ago, and eating French dinners instead of freezing in a damned rubbish heap like this. But these Jacks in office must pretend to know everything. Some noodle at Westminster could be ready to tell me how much to allow my wife's sisters, and how often my cesspit ought to be emptied. Well, Mr. Maudsley, have you had enough of Thorn?" The little man in the big periwig came in looking testy, and not to be trifled with. The men trooped in after him, while the squire passed his flask round to the gentlemen, and condoled with them satirically on having drawn a blank. Stephen Gore in the chimney heard them gossiping there a while before they tramped out into the courtyard to take horse for Battletown, before dusk fell. The thunder of hoofs went over the timbers of the bridge, and slowly, almost eerily, as the water of a stagnant pool settles over the stone that has been thrown into it, the heavy silence closed again over Thorn. It was probable that my lord felt some elation over his escape, and that he was not a little eager to be out of so black and draughty a refuge. He was also very stiff and cold from having stood in that narrow recess for over an hour. At all events he began the descent clumsily and carelessly, and bearing too much weight on one of the nails that he had driven into the wall, the thing broke away from the rotten mortar, and, though he drove out his knees and elbows in an attempt to wedge himself in the chimney, his weight and bulk carried him heavily to the hearth below. Coming down on his right flank, his right thigh struck one of the iron fire-dogs about a hand's breadth below the great trochanter of the hip, and Stephen Gore felt the bones snap as a dead branch snaps across a man's knee. In the agony of it he rolled over and over till his body was stopped by the couch that Squire Oxenham had drawn forward from the window. He gripped the lower stretcher of the wood frame with both hands, and took the sleeve of his coat between his teeth, as a seaman will clinch his teeth upon a rope's end to save himself from screaming when the surgeon's hot iron sears the stump of a mangled limb. Then he lay on his back, breathing deeply and slowly, his hands tugging at the collar of his shirt as though the band were tight about his throat. His right foot had fallen outward, and when he tried to move the limb, there was nothing but a spasm of the muscles and a sense of bone gritting against bone. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of Mad Barbara by Warwick Deeping. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 43. The days were pleasant enough at Furze Farm, with Barbara gaining in health and colour, and in a womanly winsomeness that made even Mrs. Jennifer wonder. It was as though the real soul had come to life in her again, and her heart, that had been a thing of moods and sorrows of old, had warmed into a richer consciousness of life, so that the beautiful shell began to glow with the light of the beautiful spirit within. There was a sweet sparkle of youth in her that began to play over the surface of sadness, and though the past still shadowed her, she stood free from the utter gloom of it, and saw the golden rim of the sun. She made friends with little Will Jennifer, played hide-and-seek with the boy, and told him tales in the dusk before he went to bed. She and Mrs. Winnie, too, were busy making up the stuffs from Battle into gowns and petticoats, and though Mrs. Winnie's craft was simple and somewhat crude, the colours lighted up Barbara's comeliness, and the very simplicity of the frocks seemed in keeping with that Sussex fireside. She even besought Mrs. Winnie to let her learn the lore of the dairy, the art of butter-making, and the like, for the primitive, busy life of the place seemed good to her, and full of the warmth and fragrance of a home. John Gore took her riding with him over the winter field, for he had bought her a quiet saddle-horse in one of the market-towns. Yet though the days were magical for lover and beloved, there were the sterner issues of life to be confronted, nor could they forget those clouds that had withdrawn a little toward the horizon. Moreover, John Gore began to feel the very material need of a replenished purse, and an insight into the future that concerned him and his love, even unto the death. He laid everything before Barbara one evening as they rode homeward toward Furze Farm, with a red, wintry glow in the west, and the hills wrapped in bluish gloom. Riding very close to him, she listened to all his reasonings, accepting things that went against her heart because she knew that he loved her, and because she felt him to be shrewd and strong. "Do that which you think best, John," she said, with an upward look into his face. "I trust you with all that life can hold." And so their nags went homeward side by side, so close that the man's arm was over the girl's shoulders, and her breathing rising up to him in the keen, clear air like a little cloud of incense. One morning early in December John Gore took the London road, following the same course that he and Mr. Pepys had taken, by Battle, Lamberhurst, Tunbridge, and Sevenoaks. Nor could he help contrasting the difference of the ways, and the different spirit that inspired him, though the woods were bare now, and the country grey and colourless, where no sun shone. His thoughts went back over the Sussex hills to that farmhouse, with the broad black thatch, its beech trees and its uplands, its brick-paved, low-beamed kitchen, and the fire red even to the chimney's throat, and the kindly folk who moved therein. But chiefly he thought of Barbara sitting before the winter fire, her great eyes full of the light and dreams thereof, and her Spanish face betraying new depths of womanhood because of the suffering she had borne and the spirit of beauty she had won thereby. John Gore put up at an inn in Southwark, meaning to keep his distance from the precincts of St. James's, and from that intriguing, cultured, cruel world that had held his own father as a murderer and a paramour. He had heard of grim things in Spanish provinces and the islands, but nothing that had brought home to him the shame of the goddess self in passion, as this tragedy in an English home had done. He could only think of the man, his father, with pity, and a kind of revolting of the honourable manhood in him. It was almost a subject beyond the pale of thought, a thing rather to be realized, and then buried. Now John Gore was innocent of all knowledge of Oates's plot and of the wild ferment the city was in, for the news of it had not trickled as yet into the byways of Sussex, and he had kept to himself upon the road. His plan was to hunt out Samuel Pepys, and hear the news of the surface of things, whether my lord was in town, and whether the secretary would act for him in receiving and forwarding his Yorkshire moneys. His first visit across the water was to the Admiralty offices, and there, when he had sent his name in, Mr. Pepys came out in person with a mightily solemn face. He took his friend straight to a little private cabinet of his own, locked the door, and pushed John Gore ceremoniously into a chair. "Well, John, you have come here, have you, with a lighted candle to look for sixpence in a barrel of gunpowder? Where have you been all these weeks?" Mr. Pepys's manner was the manner of a man who had some reason for being honestly perturbed. "Within 10 miles of the place you left me at, Sam. I have come up for news and money." Mr. Pepys looked at him steadily, yet with a species of alarmed awe. "News, John? Gracious God! We are shaken in our shoes with fresh news every other day. You have heard of the plot, of course." "Plot? What plot?" Mr. Pepys's silent stare expressed infinite things. He stepped forward, tapped John Gore on the chest with his forefinger, then stepped back again and made him a reverence. "Can I bow, sir, to a gentleman who has never heard of Titus Oates? Alack, John, I fear me I have many sad and solemn things to tell you. I thought that you had heard everything, and that you were wintering in the country, like a wise man, for it is not flattering at present to hear the name of Gore." He saw the sea captain straighten suddenly in his chair and look up at him keenly. "What do you mean, Sam?" "Mean, sir? Did I not warn you that the papists were likely to burn their fingers? And we are in the thick of such fire and fright and fury because of them, that we are all afraid to catechize our own souls. News, my good John! The Protestants raging, informers making Ananias seem a simpleton, Catholic peers in the Tower, hundreds in jail, Coleman the Jesuit tried and executed, a warrant out against your father, who has taken to his heels and fled." "Good God, Sam, where?" "That is what certain people would like to know, sir. I pity your innocence, John, but we are all of us shaking in our shoes. Even the Queen has not been pitied." John Gore sat forward in his chair, his hands on his knees, his eyes looking into the distance. He was silent a moment, while Mr. Pepys fidgeted with his feet and glanced nervously at both door and window. "I have not seen my Lord Gore since I left London with you, Sam." "No? I have heard nothing of all this. What is more, I have matters of my own." Mr. Pepys stroked his chin. "There is yet another piece of news, John." "Well?" "Concerning the Purcells." The sea captain looked at him sharply. "What?" "Anne Purcell died of the smallpox a month ago." "Anne Purcell!" "Yes. It would have been the talk of the town but for this furious belcher of accusations, even the man Oates." John Gore looked at him in silence. "She was found dead in her bed in her house in Pall Mall. All the servants had fled, and the house had been rifled. But there also appears to be a mystery about the daughter. The lawyers have discovered that she was put away in the autumn for being of unsound mind, and now that all the property seems to have fallen to her, not a living soul knows what has become of her." The sea captain smiled very slightly, with a grim light in the eyes. "Who has control of the matter?" he asked. "It has fallen into Chancery." "Like the traveller to Jericho, Sam, in the parable. How long is it since my Lord Stephen hoisted sail?" "Somewhere about a month ago, before I returned from Portsmouth." "Did Anne Purcell die before then?" "Heaven help me if I know, John. But what has that to do with the case?" "More than you know, my friend. More than you may suspect." He had the air of a man who was troubled and perplexed by many difficulties. "Sam, I want your help and advice. I can trust you." Mr. Pepys made him a little bow. "Where are you staying, John?" "In Southwark. I had my reasons. Can you give me supper to-night and an hour's private talk? I have many things to turn over in my mind before then." The secretary laid a hand upon John Gore's shoulder. "A friend's trust is a friend's affection, John. Come and sup with me. What I can do, I will." The secretary's wife was feasting with friends that night, and Mr. Pepys and John Gore had the table to themselves. When supper was over, Mr. Samuel took the sea captain to the library, locked the door, and prepared to play the part of counsellor and friend. For Mr. Pepys was a shrewd, sound man of the world, for all his oddities and love of news, a man who had walked the slippery path of public responsibility, and who knew the world's deceitfulness, even to the latest lie from the lips of a king. But even this critic of court scandals, and of the vanities of himself and of mankind at large, was flustered a little by John Gore's account of his doings, and of the tragedy that had taken place at Thorn. Mr. Pepys could pass over a gay intrigue, but this darker and more sinister affair gripped the manhood in him, and made him understand his friend's grimness. "On the cross of our Lord, Sam, I pledge you to silence over this. I know you are to be trusted where questions of life and death are concerned." There was no need to question the intenseness of the secretary's sincerity. He was a man of oak, whose foibles and frivolities were merely the flutter of leaves in the wind. "Have no doubt of that, John. But upon my conscience, this is black villainy, or something marvellous like it. Iago, oh Iago! Thou dinest with us and smilest at us in church. Thou art not only a thing of the stage." John Gore sat thinking, smoking his pipe and snapping the thumb and middle finger of his right hand. "It is the girl who has to be considered, Sam. She has borne enough, suffered enough, and from my own flesh and blood. That's where the rub comes." Mr. Pepys sat and considered. "The Chancery folk are such a dastardly meddlesome lot," he said. "I am not afraid of the lawyers, Sam. We can take our chances over the sea if needs be. But there is this man, this father, to be considered, and, by my hope in heaven, I will kill him as he killed Lionel Purcell if he meddles further with the girl's life." Mr. Pepys looked a little shocked, despite his sympathy. He had been a good son himself, and the word father had its true meaning for him. "Softly, John, softly. There is always the other side of the case. We cannot always see into another man's heart." John Gore stared at the floor grimly. "What I have said, Sam, I have said. Even one's father is not privileged to seduce and murder as he pleases. I shall put my sword to his breast and say, 'Sir, no further.' He has his life in his hand." Mr. Pepys looked at him kindly. "Have you not thought, John, that it may rest with the girl?" "With her? How?" "If she chooses not to speak, to play the part." John Gore met his friend's eyes. "Why should this man be shielded? There is blood upon his hands. He has stained the lives of others. Who shall consider him?" "John, John, you talk like a man who stabs fiercely at a shadow. No man is wholly the devil's creature, and, say what you will, his loins begot you." "The greater the need, Sam, to put aside false sentiment. Still, he is out of our ken at present. We must bide our time and watch." Mr. Pepys rubbed his knees with the palms of his hands. "Do you know what I would have you do, John? Go back to this quiet farm. Let the child come by her health and happiness. Keep the lawyers out of it, and marry her if you can." "You are echoing my thoughts, Sam." "Good, very good. See what a seal, my friend, you might set upon the past, if God granted you children and happiness, and the long love of wife and man." John Gore understood his meaning. "The blood debt might be wiped away, Sam, for the sake of the future." "God grant it. And now, John, you will want money." "Money? How do you know that? John, my man, when I was in love I was always poor. I know how Dan Cupid picks a man's pocket. Besides, money is above the law, John, and at a pinch you might find it useful." "I have money enough. It needs handling, that is all. There is my property in Yorkshire." "Give me a written authority, John, and I will act for you." "Sam, you are a good friend." "I am a man of business, sir. I can receive and hand on rentals, can I not? And as for the present need, I always keep money in my house. Take what you want. The security is good enough." John Gore began to thank him, but Mr. Pepys rose up from his chair and put his two hands on his friend's shoulders. "Man, John, there may be 2 or 3 souls in the wide world whom a man may love without prejudice and without disaster. The friends of a life are few, John, and we find them without forethought. Men come to me for favours, scores of them in the year. Most of them are sycophants, rogues, hypocrites. I know it, and there is no deep pleasure in what I do. But there are some men, John, to whom the heart goes out in the game of life. To be a friend to a friend comes not so very often. A man who has seen life will swear to that." End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of Mad Barbara by Warwick Deeping. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 44. Rain was falling and the wind beating about the chimneys of Furze Farm as the daylight waned toward a grey night, like a fog coming up from the sea. Barbara and Mrs. Jennifer were sitting before the kitchen fire, the girl watching the sparks fly upward, the woman's brown hands busy with thread and needle. Gusts of wind came down the chimney, making the wood ash shimmer at red heat, even blowing flakes of fire out on to the bricks.
Now and again the drippings of the rain fell on the red mass, rousing the fire to spit like an angry cat. Chris Jennifer's wife, looking up from time to time at her little lady, could see that Barbara was listening for something beyond the mere roar of the wind in the chimney and the swish of the beech boughs in the gathering dusk. The pupils of her eyes would grow large of a sudden, and she would lift her chin and keep her bosom from breathing, as though she heard some sound far away in the coming night. Mrs. Winnie knew well what was passing in the girl's heart. Nearly a week had gone since John Gore had ridden for London, and her thoughts were out on the wet road, wondering whether he were facing the wind and rain. "I be thinking, my little lady," and Mrs. Jennifer gave a tug to the gown she was making, "I be thinking that a bunch of red ribbon would look just fair for a shoulder knot on yon scarf. My man Christopher has a liking for red in the winter, it being the colour of the berries, he says, and warm and comely when there be snow about." Barbara only woke to the sense of Mrs. Winnie's words when the good woman had come to the middle of her statement. "Is that why they wear red stockings so much in the country, Mrs. Winnie?" "Law, my dear, what a fancy! If I thought that about Christopher, I'd be taking to him with a broomstick. Red stockings for a man to stare at on market day? No, my lady, red be a warm and comfortable colour, like holly berries, and that shoulder knot would be just a touch to green." Barbara listened to the wind. "How heavy the roads must be," she said. "Honest mud never harmed nobody, my dear. Lord bless you, we don't think anything of mud in Sussex." "Are the roads dangerous at night?" "And what may you mean by dangerous, my lady?" "Footpads and rough men." "London way there be them kind of creatures. Puddles and ruts be our great trouble, and the mud holes when the ways be rotten. The horse may break his leg in one of 'em, but there, God's providence be powerfuller nor mud holes." She went on with her stitching, watching a red slipper tapping a little restlessly on the brick curb about the hearth, as though beating out the furlongs and the miles. Dusk was falling rapidly, and though the fire was bright, Mrs. Winnie was thinking of lighting the candles when the red slipper ceased its tapping, and the figure before her remained motionless and alert. "I can hear a horse, Mrs. Winnie." Mrs. Jennifer listened. "It be a loose bough of the old plum tree clapping against the wall." "I am sure it is a horse." She rose up and went to the window, and leaned her elbows on the sill. Mrs. Jennifer gave a nod of the head, as though assuring herself that youth must have its way. She knew every sound in and about the house when the wind blew from over the sea. "I will put a candle in the window, Mrs. Winnie." She went and took one from the shelf, lit it, and put it on the sill, and she was returning again toward the fire when she paused and stood listening, her head held a little to one side. "There! Do you hear it?" Mrs. Winnie stopped her stitching and listened. This time she did hear something beyond the clapping of a bough against the wall. "Why, yes, little lady." "Listen! There is the farm gate." She turned quickly toward the door, opened it, and stood looking out into the dusk. Mrs. Winnie put her work aside, gave a glance through the window, smiled to herself, and then discovered that she had business in the dairy. In the dusk she had seen a man dismounting from a horse, and her husband plodding across the yard to welcome the traveller and take his nag to the stable. Mrs. Winnie was a woman of tact. She caught son William sneaking in by the back door, and took him with her to inspect the milk pans. Barbara stood framed in the doorway with a warm light playing about her, and the brown wainscoting, the great beams in the ceiling, and the red bricks for a background. Yet the impulse of the moment failed in her, and a shy panic took its place, so that she went and stood before the fire and turned her head away, so as not to see his coming. For there was something in the intense truth that almost made her afraid, and she might have fled away to her room but for the thought that he had seen her at the door, and might not understand the whim of a woman. She heard his footsteps on the path, and when she looked he was on the threshold, wet and travel-stained, but with eyes that were very bright. He came and took her hands, but stood a little apart because of his wet clothes, and also because there was a sense of awe between them. His eyes searched her face to see whether there were any shadows of pain or sadness thereon, and now that he was so near to her, her shyness and her confusion fled, and simple love alone had utterance. "John, how wet you are! Come to the fire and let me dry your coat. I had a feeling that you would come to-night." She led him to the fire, yet though the initiative was hers, she went with his arm about her waist. "You are looking wondrous well, Barbe." "Am I?" And she coloured, and hid her eyes from him a moment. "I am glad, very glad to have you back, John. I was afraid, with this rough weather, and the roads so bad, and you riding alone." "And yet I was not alone," he said, touching her hair reverently. "I shall never be alone again, pray God." "Yes, dear, I understand," and she put her face up for him to kiss her, her eyelids closed and the lashes shading her cheeks. Then she made him sit down in a chair before the fire, and fetching the rough towel that hung on one of the doors, she rubbed his coat while he sat patiently and tried not to look amused, for there was something infinitely quaint and sweet in this ministration to a man who had seen the wild world in its cups and in its quarrels. He caught the two hands and kissed them, and looked up into eyes that were full of a mysterious tremor of light. "Do you know, child, what you bring into my mind?" "No, John." "All the rough, blasphemous, accursed things that a man must see in this world, whether he wills it or not. They come to me, dear, as so many black memories, and I lift up these white hands, so, and I see what is clean and what is pure." She looked at him an instant, and then fell on her knees beside the chair and hid her face upon his shoulder. "John, you forget. You make me ashamed when you speak thus. We women are not angels. We are quick, selfish, passionate things, though we may be unselfish when we love." "Dear, I forget nothing of that," he said. "Do you think that I would choose to love a saint?" "I am nothing of a saint, John." "Thank God," said he. John Gore told her nothing that night of her mother's death, for the evening of that great warm kitchen seemed too goodly and dear a time to be marred by evil tidings. Perhaps self had some weight, too, with him that night, for it was a delight to watch the warm blood mantling under the soft skin, the radiance of her eyes, and the way she would look at him suddenly and colour. John Gore's eyes could not leave her that evening as they sat round the fire with Mrs. Winnie busy at her stitching, and Mr. Christopher smoking his pipe and trying to pretend that he was half asleep. The eyes of the day were empty of tears on the morrow. The world full of winter sunlight, the sky all blue, the woods all purple and grey. John Gore borrowed Mr. Jennifer's nag, for his own beast needed a rest, and saddling Barbara's horse, he took her out with him for a canter along the grass track that wound past Furze Farm and onward into the vague lands. It was a grass track that might have come down from old Celtic times, before the Romans spaced out their itineraries, a highway that had run south of the great weald that stretched from the marshes of Portus Lemanus to the plains of Gwent. John Gore waited till they were on the homeward road and not a mile from the farm before telling her of Anne Purcell's death. They were riding along the ridge of a hill, with Beachy Head, a great blue shadow far away, and the silver bow of the sea bent against the land. Barbara rode on beside him, with the light gone suddenly from her eyes, and a shocked silence making her mute. Her mother had borne and bred her, little more. She had even been ready to sacrifice the child to save her paramour and herself. And yet Barbara felt a great pity for that poor, gay woman who would paint her cheeks no more, nor ogle herself in the glass to see how her eyes beckoned. Barbara's heart had changed greatly those months. She had a wider consciousness, more sympathy, more insight. It had become easier to pity than to hate. John Gore saw that she was weeping the tears of compassion and of regret rather than the tears of passion, and he let her weep, pushing his horse a little ahead of hers to give her privacy. For there are times in life when every soul must meet its intimate thoughts alone. They were within view of the farm when he heard her call to him, and her voice was very gentle, as though there were no malice and anger left in her.
"Death brings things home to the heart, John," she said softly. "It is like a great silence that compels one to think." He looked at her very dearly. "My life, what can I say to you?" "Tell me, John, that I was fierce and revengeful, and it would be the truth. Who are we that we should judge? One cannot gauge another's temptations. She may have suffered, while I was blind to it." John Gore reached for her bridle, and they rode the last furlong side by side, and compassion for the dead seemed to hallow the love in their hearts. John Gore had said little concerning his father, save the news of the Popish plot, and my lord's flight, with many others who were concerned. He was believed to have found refuge in France, and yet at Thorn, not 5 miles from Furze Farm, a miserable, maimed thing dragged itself to and fro like an animal that has been crushed in the jaws of a steel trap. A long splint, sandbags, and 6 weeks in bed, such should have been Stephen Gore's portion. But when a man with a broken thigh is alone in a ruin, he must either crawl or starve by inches. Destiny had hipped him, and necessity had him at her mercy. It was with labour and a sweat of anguish that he went like a worm upon his belly, for the belly hungered and tortured him with thirst, and the worm still wriggled with a blind instinct toward life. December was cold and raw at Thorn, but there was no fire, and the man lay on the stone floor with nothing under him but the cover and the padding that he had torn from the couch. There was no drink either in the kitchen of Thorn, and the quenching of his thirst became an ordeal that made his flesh quiver. Once a day a miserable, unwashen figure would go crawling across the courtyard to where the pump stood in a corner. The face of the thing that crawled resembled the face of a swimmer who feels a limb seized by the jaws of a shark. Slowly, with infinite carefulness, and a tremor of the whole body, he would prop himself against the wall, reach for the pump handle, and trickle the water into the leather bottle that he had dragged after him by a strip of linen. Then he would crawl back again, agonized, cursing the pain of those grinding splinters as the leg came over the stones, the toe catching in the grass and weeds. Sometimes the water in the bottle would last him more than one day, for he husbanded it like a miser, knowing that each drop meant the sweat of his very blood. The food was an easier matter, for he had only to drag himself to the hole in the floor, but from the cold there was no escape. It froze into heart and marrow at midnight, keeping sleep from him, even making him weep like an idiot child. What a change, too, on the surface of things! Hands grimed, nails black, a stubble of grey hair over the jowl, holes in the cloth over knees and elbows, the dirt of the courtyard upon his linen, a squalor about his bed on the stones, such as is found in foul jails. Even the lust for life, such life, would flicker out in him at times, and he would take his sword as he lay, with his broken bone galling him like hot grit in the flesh, and run his fingers along the blade, and look at it, and consider. More than once he bared his breast and set the point of the sword over his heart, feeling for a gap between the ribs, so that the steel should make no error. But the cold pricking of the point against the skin seemed to frighten even the despair and weariness in him, and he would lay the sword aside, cover his chest again, and stare at the beams in the ceiling. He had the blind lust to live, but not the blind courage to die. For even life in its most squalid misery may seem better, kinder, than the black, unfathomable unknown. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of Mad Barbara by Warwick Deeping. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 45. Though all the gay stuffs, the reds and the greens and the rich brocades were put aside for a season, and though Barbara wore a plain black gown that Mrs. Winnie bought of Mr. Bannister at Battle, they made ready for Christmas at Furze Farm in country fashion, with a great abundance of food and liquor, with a Yule log the size of a tub, and holly boughs gathered out of the woods. Mrs. Winnie would have quieted the day out of courtesy to her little lady,
but Barbara would have none of the pleasure spoiled because she wore a black gown for her mother. To cheat the living of their good cheer would not comfort the sleeping dead, and the very kitchen seemed warming itself for the wassail bowl, and the beef and the pies, and the women with their ribbons. Now Barbara had no money, and a great deal of pride, despite her love, so that John Gore, who knew how matters stood with her, had to resort to a lover's stratagem to fill her purse. He told her a solemn tale of how the Lord Chancellor managed the affairs of the nation, and how she was her father's heiress, though the estates were in the lawyer's hands, till the time came for her to step forward and prove herself a very comely young woman without a mad whim in her head, save that whim of loving a sailor. He also related that a very good friend of his had certain matters in hand, and was likely to receive on her behalf certain moneys that had been found in the house in Pall Mall. That money might come to her any day by private messenger, and so it did, though delivered to John Gore, and greatly to the girl's secret delight, for she knew nothing of law, and, being the lover's invention, guessed not that the money was his. Yet here John Gore well nigh landed himself in a dilemma. She began to plead that she owed him money for all the things he had bought at Battle, nor could he silence her for a long while, and then only by pretending to be a little hurt. Whereat she dropped the money as though it had burned her, and went to him and asked his pardon. The gold pieces had rolled hither and thither over the kitchen floor, and they gathered them and counted them into little piles. Barbara's eyes had begun to dance with a multitude of generous desires, and she was already planning how to spend it. "I must go a-shopping, John," she said, "for Christmas. If we could only borrow Mr. Jennifer's wagon." "A wagon, sweetheart? Do you want to empty all the shops in the town?" "No, dear, but I feel that I cannot give enough to these good people here. It has been a home, and a very dear home, John. I shall not forget it to the day of my death." Now John Gore talked privately to Mr. Jennifer, and Mr. Jennifer took counsel privately of his wife, and the result of all this talking was that Christopher prepared for a day's jaunt into the county town of Lewes. He cleaned up his wagon, put straw and bracken in the bottom thereof, tied his horses' manes with ribbons, and put out his Sabbath best. One of his men and his wife came into Furze Farm for the day, while the household went a-wagoning to Lewes, starting 2 hours before dawn because the roads were heavy and the days short. Barbara, Mrs. Winnie, and son William rode in the wagon, and John Gore on his horse, while sturdy Kit marched beside his cattle, his whip over his shoulder, and a sprig of holly in his hat. Barbara had a radiant face and but little money left by noon that day in Lewes, for even if the heart has cause for sadness, there is joy in giving others joy. She seemed incarnate womanhood that Christmas-tide, taking a delight in all the little mysteries and mummeries of the season, and in all the revels that were held. John Gore had bought all manner of merchandise, a new gun for Mr. Christopher, a great family Bible for the wife, toys, sweetmeats, and oranges for son William and the labourers' children, a beautiful chain of amethysts for his love. There was much giving and receiving that Christmas-tide at Furze Farm. The 3 labourers came with their wives and youngsters to the state dinner in the kitchen. Mr. Jennifer brewed punch, got a flushed face, and talked more than he had talked for a whole year. Little Will nearly fell into the fire while roasting chestnuts. John Gore played with the Sussex children till Mrs. Winnie exclaimed at the gentleman's good nature. Pipes were smoked in the ingle-nooks. The 3 countrywomen tried their best manners, and stared hard yet kindly at the lady, about whom there was a mystery that had set their tongues a-clacking. Yet a woman who is sweet to other women's children wins a way into the hearts of mothers. A gracious lady, surely, they whispered to one another, and thought the better of her because she touched their children's lips. And when ribbons and blankets and good woollen stuffs came to them from her hands, they may have regretted the disobedience of Mrs. Winnie's orders as to the minding of their own business, for Mrs. Jennifer had forbidden them to gossip about the quality biding at Furze Farm. Yet gossip had gone abroad, for all Mrs. Winnie's caution,
and even the lazy parson knew that there were strangers in his parish. With Christmas fair and festivity questions of the past, and St. Stephen claiming his day in the calendar, Mr. Jennifer had his cart-horses out for a gallop to sweat them well before the yearly bleeding, for it was the custom to give horses a warming and then to bleed them on St. Stephen's Day. Whether John Gore subscribed to the superstition or not, he saddled his own beast early and went out alone for a canter, having the Christmas dinner upon his conscience, and, what was more, a certain hankering to visit Thorn. For several weeks he had intended riding over to the place, but Barbara had been nearly always with him, and they had taken happier and less sinister paths. He desired to see whether there were signs of folk having been there since that November night when the horseman whom he had taken for Captain Grylls had ridden back to inquire after his lost packet. It was a still and rather misty morning, with moisture dropping from the trees, and the grass wet and boggy. The fog did not hinder him greatly, for he had learned to pick up his landmarks at every furlong, and the track was familiar and simple when once known. About 10 of the clock he came into the Valley of Thorns, and saw the dim mass of the tower glooming amidst the mist. The place seemed infinitely melancholy, with the fog about it, and the dripping thorn trees, and the black stagnant water that showed never a ripple. The very ivy looked wet and sodden with the raw vapour of that December day. John Gore tethered his horse to one of the thorn trees, and finding the gate open, much as he had left it, he crossed the courtyard where the mist hung in the air like breath upon a mirror. He saw that the dog was gone, but, what was more, the kennel also, and this slight detail puzzled him a little and made him more cautious in his exploring. Going to the kitchen entry and finding the door ajar, he stood there and listened. The moisture was pattering down from the ivy leaves all about the house, yet from the kitchen came a sound that could not be easily mistaken, the regular, heavy breathing of a man in a deep sleep. John Gore saw that his sword was loose in its sheath, and, pushing the door open cautiously, he passed on into the kitchen. The figure of a man lay upon the floor with nothing between him and the stones but what appeared to be a tatter of rags. A sword, a leather bottle, and 2 mouldy biscuits lay beside him. His head was thrown back, and his throat showing, with the stubble of a beard making the jaw look grey and slovenly. John Gore crossed the room softly, and recognized in that ragged, haggard thing my Lord Gore, his father. It was well past noon when John Gore mounted his horse again, and rode away from the mist and shadows of Thorn, with the look of a man who had spoken, even as Dante spoke, with some soul in the deeps of hell. He was thinking of an old, yellow-faced man, maimed, dirty, servile, with clothes worn into holes, and an intelligence that had flapped between emotional contrition and paroxysms of selfish fear. This thing had been the mighty man of manners, the serene gentleman of Whitehall and St. James's, whose body had smelled of ambergris, and whose fine raiment had shamed the sheen of tropical birds. Pride, vanity, even self-honour, in the dust and dirt. A white, flaccid, furtive face that had lost all its buxom boldness, most of its intellect, almost its very reason. What had they said to each other, these two? Murderer and adulterer, lover and son. Yet John Gore had filled the leather bottle for his father that morning, lit a fire with odd wood gathered from the rotting outhouses, and brought in an armful of musty straw to soften the sick man's bed. And my lord had wept, miserable senile tears that had no dignity and no true passion. He had fawned on the man, his son, grovelled to him without shame, till the son's manhood had revolted in him, for he would have welcomed savagery and cursing rather than moral slime. It had been like a polluted river bringing all manner of drift to the lip of a weir, and though he had ministered to his father, he had kept an implacable face and a firm mouth. He had acted as a man who knew everything, and chosen to let my lord realize that he knew it, even assuming the truth that Barbara was dead. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of Mad Barbara by Warwick Deeping. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 46. John Gore rode for Furze Farm with many turbulent thoughts at work in him, and the raw mist that thickened from over the sea making the wet woods no more comforting than the degradation he had found at Thorn. He had been fierce at first with the man whom he called father, till my lord's squalid ignominy had become apparent to him, and he had realized that he was dealing with a creature and not a man, for there had been no sense of strength opposed to him, no pride, no will, not even savage passion, nothing to struggle with, nothing to overcome with shame. My lord was dead in the better sense. Those weeks in Thorn had starved and frozen the soul out of him, and he had become half a savage, yet a timid, fawning savage whose consciousness was bounded by elemental things. At first there had been nothing but abhorrence and disgust from John Gore, this cringing thing with the face of an imbecile, embracing his own son's knees, lying amid his own offal. What could a man say to this shadow of a self? Where lay the promise of judgment or of appeal? Good God! He could remember the time when he had stood in some awe of this same man because of his fine presence and his habit of command. Yet as John Gore rode through the white mist the impressions and instincts of the morning began to sift themselves and to piece up a broader, saner picture. Incidents, acts, details started forward or receded into clearer, truer perspective. The offensive flavour of the thing began to prejudice him less. He tried to see the whole untarnished truth with the sincerity of a man who is not content with mere impressions. Perhaps what he saw was this: a man bred in luxury, a bon vivant, a lover of pleasure, thrown down, broken into a species of dark pit where the mere physical miseries of existence would bring him near to death in body and mind. Pain, sleeplessness, cold, hunger are grim inquisitors fit to break a man on the rack and tear the very senses from him. John Gore had looked into the hole where his father had kept his food, and had seen meat going putrid and biscuits covered with mould. He remembered, too, very vividly, an incident in the Indies when he and his ship's company had found a man who had been marooned on an island that was little better than a reef. The man was a Norman, and his sojourn there had been but a matter of days, yet he was skull-faced, parched, abject, and as mad as an idiot child. He had run from them, screaming, when they landed, though his legs had given under him before he had gone 50 yards. And he had died on board John Gore's ship, and they had buried him at sea, and often afterward, at night, the sea-captain had fancied that he still heard the man's wild cry, "J'ai soif, mon Dieu! Mon Dieu, j'ai soif!" Now Stephen Gore had been a proud man, and a man of sentiment after his own ideals. He had had other things to torture and humiliate him besides anguish in the flesh. Proportionately as a man's physical strength wanes, so the menace of spiritual suffering grows the more quick and poignant. This man had spilled blood and betrayed friends. A well-fed cynic might have put such things under his feet and trampled them. It would be otherwise with a half-starved, memory-haunted, isolated being shivering the nights through, listening and ever listening, while the solitude hung like an eternal silence, and the slightest movement of the body set bone grating against bone. Who could shrug his shoulders through such an ordeal, and come forth smiling with an epigram? Would not the very intellect curse itself and die by its own hand? Innocent blood, the betrayal of honour and of friends, lies, inevitable half-salvation, these thoughts would grip such a man, throttle him, spit at his very soul. They would not be conjured or persuaded. They would be awake with him through the winter nights, scoff when some spasm of pain made him curse and set his teeth, watch him with cold eyes when the light of the dawn came in. The same miserable dragging of the days, the same miserable passion-play of the crucified soul. Where would a man's manhood be at the end of such a chastisement? The glow of the winter fires reddened the windows of Furze Farm as the shadow of the house loomed up through the mist. The orchard hedge was dripping with dew, the grass grey and sodden, the beech trees like phantom trees, the coming of the dusk mournful and full of a heavy silence. Yet the windows of the house, with their lozenged latticing outlined by the fire, sent John Gore's thoughts back with a sudden shiver of pity to dreary, ruinous, fog-choked Thorn. He dismounted heavily, and leading his horse to the stable, left him to Mr. Jennifer, who was sitting astride a rough bench mending harness by the light of a candle. In the kitchen Barbara came out to welcome him, with just the faintest glimmer of shyness that made her love the more desirable. Mrs. Winnie was above, turning out her linen cupboard, little Will in the wood lodge cutting firewood with the hand-bill, a thing he had been solemnly forbidden to do. Barbara and John had both kitchen and parlour to themselves. No candles had been lit in the house as yet, but the burning logs threw a rich light upon the wainscoting. "You have had a long ride, John." He hung his cloak on a chair, and took her hands, her pale face with its new ripeness of colour seeming to bring to him freshness and perfume after these abhorrent hours at Thorn. Yet his heart was stern and troubled in him because of the man, his father. Nor could even his love's eyes flash a complete smile into his. "They will be pleased with this fog at sea," he said. "I can fancy that I hear the bells ringing. What have you been doing all day, little woman?" She looked at him with questioning intentness. Rarely can a man hide care from the world, very rarely, indeed, from the eyes of the woman who loves him. "Mrs. Winnie has been teaching me to make buttonholes, John. Will and I went out after dinner, and were nearly lost in the fog. You look tired." He had dropped her hands, and he caught them again with the impulsive frankness of a man who knows himself to be but a poor dissembler. "I am tired, Barby, heart-tired. I cannot pretend that I am not." "John!" Her voice had a touch of appeal in it. "This morning I went out innocently enough, child, but I have returned with more than I foreshadowed." "Where have you been, John?" "To Thorn." "Thorn!" "Yes." She hung back a little from him, reading the forethought and trouble in his eyes, and the tired yet generous calm of a man thinking of others rather than himself. "You are troubled, John. Tell me." He looked down at her reflectively, and his eyes seemed to say, "Shall I, or shall I not?" Woman-wise, she appeared to understand. "You are afraid for my sake, John." "A little." "Is it because you cannot trust me?" Her eyes held his, and for once it was as though she had the greater power of will. "No, because I wish worry and care away." "John, do you think I shall leave all the burden of life to your shoulders? Are we so little to each other? Am I so selfish?" She felt his hands tighten on hers. "Barby, I have found my father." "At Thorn?" "Yes." She shuddered slightly, despite herself, and he saw her eyes darken. "John, did you speak to him?" "Without mercy." "Does he know?" "He thinks you are dead." "Why is he at Thorn?" "Hiding from the law because of this plot. Hiding from us, a miserable wreck of a man, half-starved, almost mad." She saw his face grow haggard and stern, the lines deepening about the mouth, his eyes staring fixedly at the fire, as though he were looking upon a thing that revolted him. The instinct in her was one of a strong, pure passion to be of use. He had feared for her courage, perhaps for her magnanimity. Yet it was she who took the torch that evening, and carried it so that the darkness seemed less dark. "John, my heart, tell me everything." She drew him by the hands into the inner room, and shut the world out save that world at Thorn. He looked down at her, as though wondering at the will in her, and feeling a strength and courage near him that might have the power of turning destiny into providence. She was calm, yet infinitely vital, and her face had a radiance that drove scorn and bitterness and malice into the dark. He beheld a transfiguration, love bending toward love, beautiful with the beauty of sacrifice, pity, and desire. "John, do you fear for me?" He opened his arms, but paused with a sudden awe of her, and, bowing himself, touched her hands. "No, not now." "Then tell me everything." And he told her, sitting in the firelight, with his hands clasped upon his knees. Silence held them a while in thrall. Barbara was leaning against the jamb of the chimney, one hand laid along her cheek, her eyes full of the past. It was as though some sharp struggle were passing within her, and for a moment her eyes had a glitter of anger. But the gleam passed from them, and her mouth softened. She looked down at the man with a mystery of a smile with no mirth in it, but full of sadness, yearning, and self-reproach. "John," he started, almost as though he had forgotten her, "do you love your father?" The question seemed to stagger him. He frowned at the fire. "Love that!" She rested her head upon her arm. His scorn had made the heart leap in her. "I did, John, my father. And then, what misery, what greater shame!" "But you, John, what must it be to lose everything, even the love of one's own son? That touches me even to the heart. Is it not strange that I should feel that even more than you?" He looked at her questioningly, mutely. She had not seen what he had seen: cowardice, squalor, bestial fawning that was infamous in a man, and yet her words woke a depth of feeling in him, something finer and more delicate than this man's nature had fashioned of itself. He opened his mouth to tell her more of the gross truth, but some impulse rebuked him. He waited instinctively for her. Barbara had raised her head. For a moment she stared at the fire, and then turned to him with a look he would never forget. "John, it may help you if I tell you what is in my heart." "Child!" "It is this, John. I can forgive. Yes, I can forgive." He looked at her wonderingly, and then sprang up, opening his arms. She went to him with a low, inarticulate cry, and let him hold her to him, while a great tremor passed through her, as though the old self were vanishing with a last spasm of pain and bitterness. "Barbe, you can forgive?" "Yes." "But is it for my sake?" She raised her head, and her eyes were full of tears. "Yes, partly. You have changed me. And yet it is of my own will." He bent and kissed her lips. "Child, you make me ashamed. It is you that shall teach me. God keep you." End of chapter 46. Chapter 47 of Mad Barbara by Warwick Deeping. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 47. For 3 weeks John Gore rode almost daily to Thorn, starting out from Furze Farm toward dusk, sometimes spending the night at the ruin, and riding back with the breaking of the day. He took over food with him, blankets, clean linen, and a keg of spirits, carrying something on each journey, yet keeping the whole matter as secret as he might. Mrs. Winnie and her man had to be enlightened in some measure, as they were folk who could be trusted when once their love had been won. For Sussex folk are often slow and surly in their likings, but they make good friends when they have forgiven the strangeness of an unfamiliar face. Nothing had ever gone more grimly against John Gore's nature than those first days of ministration to the refugee at Thorn. It was a question of will and effort, an ordeal of self-compulsion, lightened by a vague glimmer of magnanimity that Barbara's renunciation had inspired. For John Gore had closed heart and hand against his father with the determined passion of a man whose nature was strong and combative, and none too gentle where infamy was concerned. The romantic rush of the past months was still with him. It was not easily hindered or turned aside into a sordid, shallow channel. Even in the flush of fighting, a man may throw down his sword and hold out a generous hand to a beaten enemy whose gallantry had touched his manhood. But the refugee at Thorn had roused no generous impulses as yet. Courage respects courage, even in a rogue. My lord seemed half an imbecile, half a coward. None of the finer manliness seemed left in him. He was servile, unclean, furtive, suspicious as an animal.
lacking in all the grace of the nobler feelings. It was as though the perfumes and the colours of that complex flower, the gentleman of fashion, had evaporated and decayed, leaving the raw and naked self stripped in its ugliness to the last husk. John Gore had made a rough splint and bound his father's leg to it, and contrived a bed with straw and blankets that should keep him from sores and from the cold. A spark of my lord's easy cynicism had flashed out momentarily in the midst of his degradation. "Mending a leg to break a neck, John. You are Puritan enough for that." But it was a flash in the pan. Even the polite insolence seemed dead in him. He had caught his son's arm and clung to it pleadingly. "Think better of me, John. I came here to save the girl. I swear that before God." And then he would show great cunning behind the chatterings of dismay, trying to worm from his son all that he knew, and also how he had come to know it. But John Gore kept a shut mouth and the face of a flint, the heart hard and contemptuous within him, when he remembered the look in Barbara's eyes when she had spoken these words, "I can forgive." Surely there was no soul here worth forgiving. Better dead. That was the grim judgment his heart uttered. Such was the first week at Thorn, with the dark rides to and fro along the woodland roads, the mournfulness and dolour of the winter landscape, love by the fireside, retribution amid ruins. Sometimes Barbara would walk out a little way toward Thorn in the hope of meeting John Gore upon the homeward ride. She could not but mark the bitterness in him, a certain questioning look about the eyes that seemed to gaze toward some inevitable end. The riddle would have been baffling enough, even if his heart had been in the solving of it. Granted that the past were given to oblivion, his father was a proscribed man. There was some risk even in shielding him. Any day he might be discovered and taken. Nor could he tell Barbara all that he saw at Thorn. It was too sordid, too contemptible. And yet his very reticence led her to understand. Perhaps she had more sympathy, more vision, than John Gore that winter. She knew what Thorn could be, even to one without guilt, without physical pain, without an eternal dread, and with someone to bring food. This man had gone down into the deeps of misery and degradation. He had been starved and broken. That was her thought. Once she asked John Gore to let her see him, but he shook his head and would not hear of it. "He thinks that I am dead, John," she said. "Then let him think it. God, are we to make the thing so easy?" "John! John!" His fierceness hurt her a little, seeming to wake a clash of discords in her, as though the brazen gates of that closed tragedy were jarring wide again. "John, don't speak like that, dear." His tenderness shone through the anger in him. "Barbe, you may forget. I cannot. When I touch your hand, when I see the life in you, I remember." The memory of that night came back, and she shuddered. The dark room, those throttling hands, the violence and horror in the dark. She looked at her lover and understood. "It is hard for you," she said very gently. For to John Gore at that time it was like pampering a man who had sought to betray the honour of his wife. The old year had gone. The new was in, with white hoarfrost on the grass and the boughs each dawn, with a silvery smoke of mist melting into clear blue mornings. January went plodding on, a heavy, toothless, torpid month, despite the frost and the shimmer of sunlight. For January has little of the likeness of a child. Rather it appears as a grey old man, labouring in the dusk and the mists of the morning at some task that no man sees. It is a month when gnomes work below the ground, labouring for the mystery of beauty that is to be, touching the hidden seed with fire, breathing into brown roots the colours of the flowers that shall come hereafter. With January, Stephen Gore's life seemed to sink to the lowest level of lethargy. Torpor fell upon him till he was like a frost-nipped plant with the sap congealed, the leaves shrivelled and grey. He would sleep for hours, and even when awake lie staring at the beams in the ceiling above him, his face blank and without intelligence. He hardly ever spoke. Even the fever of fear left him. He asked for nothing,
not even food. John Gore thought that my lord was dying, and even picked out a place in the garden where he would bring him when he was dead. Yet it was not death with Stephen Gore, but a stupor that nature had brought upon him, even as the winter fields lie inert, and frost crumbled under the sky. Fresh food and the warmth of the bed had a narcotic effect upon this man. The half-starved body seized greedily upon everything and bade the mere mind sleep, and so the mind slept on for many days, as though helping forward the old adage, mens sana in corpore sano. For the body is but the stem of the tree of the senses, and the sick body is often the cause of the sick mind. Toward the last week in January, John Gore saw a slow and subtle change in his father, a change that came like the first thrusting of growth through the winter soil. The flabbiness melted out of the man's face, his eyes grew brighter, and full of the intelligence of inward life. He was still very silent, but it was the silence of growth, not the silence of paralysis. John Gore would find his father watching him, not with the old furtive, cringing look, but with a kind of sadness, a mute perplexity that betrayed the mind working behind the eyes. More than once he had made tentative little attempts to show gratitude, always watching his son's face as though conscious of its imperturbable sternness. His son's face began to be a dial of destiny to him. He could read the truth about himself in the younger man's grave eyes. It became evident that Stephen Gore's manhood and his self-respect were returning to him slowly as he lay in the kitchen of Thorn. What his thoughts were, John Gore could only guess, though he was struck by the change in his father, the indefinable refining and strengthening of the outer and inner man, as though my lord had ceased to be the animal, and had come again to the cognizance of higher things. They seldom spoke to each other, these two, nor did they venture beyond the trivial needs or happenings of the day. Both were conscious of the imminent and dark shadow, and faltered before it, sheltering behind reticence and procrastination. Yet John Gore would see a certain look come into his father's eyes, as though the man were dumb and were striving to speak. And the first breaking of the superficial surface of reserve was caused by nothing more dramatic than a beard. My lord's self-respect seemed intimately married to bodily cleanliness and perfection in dress. Silks and brocades and perfumes were beyond him. Perhaps he would not have asked for them even if they had been at hand. But it was with a gleam of his old wit that he desired most humbly to be barbered, and to be deprived of the hair that had grown at Thorn. John Gore accepted the incident without a smile, brought a razor with him next day, and dutifully shaved my lord's upper lip and chin. He had done his barbering in silence, with the air of a man who had no care beyond the dexterity of his fingers, when my lord laid a hand on his son's shoulder. "You would like to cut my throat, John. Cut it." They looked at each other squarely in the eyes. Stephen Gore was the first to glance away. "Nor should I blame you, my son." And that was all that passed between them over the shaving of my lord's chin. John Gore told Barbara of the change in Stephen Gore, and she listened with a faint smile hovering about her mouth, as though her intuition gave her some vision of the future. "Be gentle with him, John," she said. "I have heard it said that pottery is brittle when it first comes from the furnace." "Then you think the clay has been recast, child?" "Why should it not be so?" And he could only marvel at the change in her. So the month went, and my lord's grand air began to flutter out feebly like a faded butterfly on a sunny day in spring. Yet there was a certain humility about him that made John Gore reflect, for his father was very patient now, strangely so for one who had sworn at lackeys. Often the sun would catch a troubled shadow darkening the father's face. He would drop his eyes when they met John Gore's, yet he watched his son almost hungrily when the son's back was turned. It was a day in early February, and John Gore sat on Simon Pinniger's three-legged stool before the fire, and cleaned his pistols that grew foul quickly in the damp winter air. His father had been asleep, and the son believed him still sleeping as he polished the barrels and scoured the powder-pans. He heard a slight movement behind him, and, turning sharply,
found my lord awake and watching him with thoughtful eyes. Both men coloured slightly. John Gore turned again and went on with his work. Then he heard his father speak. "John, how long have I been here?" The son considered. 3 months or so, he answered. My lord sighed. "This leg of mine is mending." The son said nothing. "I am wondering whether it is worth the mending. A man must die some day, though it is better that he should die like a man, not like a dog." There was a minute's silence. John Gore could hear his father's breathing, but he went on doggedly with the cleaning of his pistols. "John?" My lord spoke softly, almost pleadingly. "Yes?" "Will you answer me a few questions?" "Ask them." Again there was a short pause. "Have you any news from Westminster?" "What news?" "The Catholics. My friends. The rest." John Gore laid one pistol down and took up the other. "Coleman is dead," he said curtly. "Coleman? How?" "The scaffold." He heard his father mutter indistinctly, and the words sounded like the words of a Latin prayer. "And the rest?" "Some with Coleman, some in the Tower and the jails, some scattered. London has been calling for blood." My lord lay very still. Then he turned slightly, and his eyes were on his son. "And in Pall Mall?" "My Lady Purcell?" "Yes. She died 3 months ago." There was another and a longer pause. "John," and he spoke with effort. "Yes?" "Why did you save me from dying?" The son frowned at the fire. "I do not know," he said at last. "John, you were always honest. Yet, God help me, with the irony of the truth." Stephen Gore asked no more questions, but lay staring at the beams above him, his mouth twitching, his eyes glazed with a film of thought. He seemed to forget the presence of his son. The great dim world of the past, and the vast beyond, that holds the past world in its shadows, engrossed the life in him, and he made no sound. As for John Gore, his heart was full of a conflict of strong emotions. Nor was his mouth so straight and stern when he turned and glanced at his father over his shoulder. Yet what he beheld moved him more deeply than any words my lord had spoken. For Stephen Gore's eyes were wet and blurred, and there was the glisten of tears upon his face. John Gore rose suddenly from before the fire, and taking the pistols with him, went out without a word. He was half angry and half ashamed, for though pity had welled up like blood into his mouth, a rough and scolding bitterness pointed to the meaner motives of mankind, and the leer of a possible hypocrisy hardened his heart. He rode home toward Furze Farm, meeting a strong west wind that made the sky move fast and the ash boughs clash in the thickets. And in the woods north of the farm Barbara met him, where a number of old hollies threw up a wall of dense green gloom. He dismounted and kissed her with some of the brusqueness of a man whose eyes seem too shallow, and whose heart is too near his lips. She let the strangeness in him pass, and they walked on side by side, the horse following at their heels. John Gore looked at the grass road before him, Barbara at the sky. And for nearly half a furlong they walked on thus in silence. "John, you two have spoken." He glanced at her sharply, as though wondering how she knew. "Yes." "What did he say to you?" "Questions. He asked questions. About his friends. About your mother." "What did you tell him, John?" "I told him the truth." "Yes, and then—" "What could I say to the man? Curse him, he wept." She paused a moment, taking her lover's arm, and holding him back a little as though about to speak. The impulse changed, however, and she walked on again with a light of infinite wisdom in her eyes, for a man's nature is a proud and contrary thing. She felt what was passing in John Gore's heart, and she was too tender and too prudent to drag it roughly into the light of day. Chapter 47. Chapter 48 of Mad Barbara by Warwick Deeping. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 48.
My lord took his first walk in the kitchen of Thorn leaning upon John Gore's shoulder, the son's arm about the father's body. Any one who had seen the pair would have judged them to have been the best of friends, for the son steadied the father's steps with the grave, patient air of one whose care was almost a devotion, and the father, who had the look of a man who had aged very rapidly, what with the white in his hair and the deep lines upon his face, seemed to lean upon the son with a sense of confidence and trust. He was wearing a new suit of plain black cloth, with a white scarf about his throat. Some of his little gestures and tricks of expression came to him as in the old days, save that they were less emphatic and less characteristic of the aggressive self. At the third turn Stephen Gore looked at the window that was lit by the March sunlight, and a sudden wistfulness swept into his eyes, as though he were touched by pathetic memories. He paused, leaning his weight upon his son, for he was feeble and easily out of breath after those weeks upon his back. "I should like to go into the open air, John, and sit in the sun." John Gore looked at him doubtfully. "You are safer here," he said. My lord gave a shake of the head. "Are you cautious for my sake, my son?" "John, you do not understand me yet." There seemed a new atmosphere of sympathy enveloping them, for John Gore answered his father very gently. "It shall be as you wish." "Then put your arm under my shoulders, John. So. What a strong fellow you are. I can just toddle like a dot of two." They went out into the courtyard, Stephen Gore's right leg dragging stiffly. He would walk with a limp for the rest of his life, since the limb had been broken and had been shortened by 3 inches in the mending. The son carried Simon Pinniger's 3-legged stool in his left hand. They crossed the courtyard very slowly, and passed through a doorway into the wilderness of the garden. The green of the spring was thrusting through 1,000 buds. There was the thrill of growth in the air, and the birds were singing. Close on the sunny side of a ragged box-tree that was half netted in brambles, a clump of Lent lilies stood in bloom, swinging their golden heads over the weeds and grass. There seemed the beauty of symbolism about these flowers. The sunlight appeared to centre upon them, and to burnish their golden heads with the warmth of the March day. My lord's glance settled on the flowers. He paused before them with a sudden curious smile. "Set the stool here, John." And he sat down there, with the clump of daffodils at his feet. John Gore left him there a while, and strolled on along the rank walls where primroses glimmered from lush green glooms, and gilliflowers were beginning to scent the air from the crumbling tops of the old brick walls. The softness and the glamour of spring seemed everywhere. There was no wind, hardly a cloud, nothing but the warm shimmer of the sunlight. Father and son had come closer to each other those last days, not through any sentimental outburst of the emotions, but because the father had become once more a man, and a man whom it was even possible to respect. Mea culpa, he had said, and the dignity of a simple acceptance of guilt had given him a new impressiveness. It had been difficult at first for John Gore to accept his father's humility as a thing born of the heart and the spirit. There was ever the sneer of possible play-acting penitence, the tawdry sentimental epilogue spoken with a hypocritical leer, and a thought of the nearest brothel. John Gore had distrusted his father, and had watched keenly for the old self to betray itself. Yet he had still continued to behold a quiet, patient, and sorrowful old man, who seemed grateful for small services, and who looked at him with watchful and troubled eyes. John Gore distrusted any religious display in such a man as my lord, and yet he came to understand by degrees all that was passing in his father's heart. He returned presently to where the elder man was seated, and found him in an attitude of saddened thought. Stephen Gore looked up as his son joined him, and then turned his head away so that his eyes were on the Tower of Thorn. The place itself must of necessity force the full meaning of the past upon him. The stones spoke. The very silence of the place had a message of its own. For my lord still believed Anne Purcell's child to be dead, and that thought had survived to haunt him above all others. "John." "Yes." "I have something to say to you as between man and man." The son stood back and leaned against the trunk of an apple-tree. "You have given me the chance, John, to judge myself, and to discover the truth with my own eyes. Let us have no parson's talk, no snivelling. As a man of the world, I fought for myself, and pushed others out of the path. I blundered immortally over my selfishness, John, and they ought to hang me for a fool." He still looked toward the tower, and John Gore guessed whither his thoughts tended. "That was the damnedest thing the self in me ever rushed on, my son. And yet I tried to alter it at the last, perhaps for my own sake, perhaps for the mother's. She was dying then. I have told you that. Perhaps that was why I repented. The heart of a man is a strange, elusive, treacherous thing, even to its owner, John. Sometimes we can hardly decide why we do the things we do." He sat in silence a while, with his head bowed down. "You must have hated me, my son. If you had spat upon me, I should hardly have questioned it. Words are not life. I cannot give you back that which I destroyed. And there is where bitterness grips the heart in a man when he sees what matter of ruin he has made. What are regrets, despair, protestations? Air, mere air in the brain. When once a man has fallen into the slough, John, his struggles seem only to carry him deeper. He may even drag others below the surface, or splash foul mud on to innocent faces. But the awe and the bitterness are in the knowledge, John, of our own utter, miserable impotence. Things cannot be wiped out. They last and endure against us till the crack of doom." He stared at the grass and knitted his hands together. "I had thought of giving myself up, my son, and telling the whole truth. But that cannot help the dead. And somehow I have come to shudder at the thought of throwing shame into the grave of the one woman who really loved me. And, John, I shall suffer more by living than by dying. Fools do not always realize that in this world. They tie a man to a rope and think that they are even with him for his sins. They would often get the greater vengeance on him if they only let him live." He paused, staring straight before him, his shoulders bent. "Weeks ago, John, I remember as in a dream, that I lived in a mad horror of death. That has passed, I know not quite how. But I leave the judgment in your hands, my son. Do with me what you please." He seemed to grow very weary of a sudden, for his strength was but the strength of a sick man, and the grim truth of life seemed heavy on him. His son went to him, and putting an arm about his father's body, helped him to his feet, and led him back to the bed in the kitchen. "I am not your judge, father," he said very gently. "There is another one who should judge, and from whom forgiveness may have come." He was thinking of Barbara, but my lord thought that he spoke of God. The meadows about Furze Farm were full of the bleating of lambs those days, and the youngsters skipped and butted one another, galloping to and fro on their ridiculous legs, while the stupid old dames barred, each to its own child. There had been one sick lamb that Christopher Jennifer had brought home in his arms, and the little beast had been laid upon hay in a basket beside the fire. There were also 2 cade lambs in a pen in the orchard, and Barbara, who had many hours to herself now that John Gore rode almost daily to Thorn, had asked Mrs. Winnie to let her have the tending of the 2 motherless ones, also the feeding of the early chicks and the gathering of the eggs. The whole life at the farm was fresh and quaint to her, and brisk life it was to those spring days. A cackling, bleating, lowing life, with the thrushes singing in the beech trees, and the blackbirds in the hedgerows. The bloom on the apple and pear trees in the orchard would soon be pink and white, and there were daffodils nodding their heads at Furze Farm as well as in the wilderness of Thorn. The evening after Stephen Gore's confession at Thorn, John Gore took his love away over the uplands where the furze was all a glitter of gold, with the green slopes of the hills and the brown ploughlands making a foreground to the distant sea. They desired to be alone that evening, to feel the spirit of spring in them, and to watch the sun go down and the twilight creep into the valleys. Their happiness was the greater because others were not forgotten in the romance of their 2 selves. Moreover, the glamour of the morrow had the delight of a plot in it.
Mrs. Winnie alone was suffered to taste the spice of the secret, though the duty fell to her of sending out for clean rushes, taking down the rosemary and bay from the beams in the pantry, and gathering flowers to spread upon the coverlet of the bed. She smiled to herself very pleasantly when John Gore and the little lady rode out early next morning, as though for nothing more solemn than a morning's canter. She knew that the gentleman had smoked a pipe in the parson's parlour more than a month ago, and Mrs. Winnie was quite wise as to what was in the wind. There was to be no stir made, and Chris Jennifer's wife rather approved of being the solitary holder of such a secret. Her attitude was quite motherly. She spent the morning sweeping Barbara's room, and strewing rushes and flowers about it, and putting posies of bay and rosemary upon the pillows. The pair were back at Furze Farm by dinner-time, looking mild and innocent, even hungry, as though nothing serious had befallen. They walked into the kitchen just as Mr. Jennifer was settling himself to carve the meat. John Gore glanced at Mrs. Winnie, who had run forward to kiss and embrace her little lady. That occurrence behind Mr. Jennifer's back, and son William had too brisk an appetite to trouble about the emotions of his elders. "Shall I give you a dump of fat, sir?" And so they sat down to dinner. They were half through it when Mrs. Winnie accepted a nod from John Gore, and pushed back her chair, and picking up a wedding favour from under a mug on the dresser, she went to her man and held it under his nose. Mr. Jennifer stared at the gilded sprigs and the ribbons very gravely. "I dunno as I be a widower yet," he said, as his slow brain took in the nature of the thing. "Nor be you a widow, Winnie?" "Oh, you thickhead, Chris!" Mr. Jennifer looked at her, and then, with a sudden gleam of the eyes, at John Gore and the lady. "Be that so, my dear?" "Surely," said Mrs. Winnie in a whisper. Then Mr. Jennifer laid a hand to his mug, rose slowly and solemnly, and stared hard at the bride and bridegroom. "It be a pleasure." He paused and reconsidered the beginning. "It be a pleasure." John Gore and Barbara looked up at him smilingly, and their eyes seemed to drive the whole art of oratory out of Mr. Jennifer's head. He took refuge in his mug, brandished it toward them, and set it down empty with emphasis. Then he looked at his wife with an affectionate grin. "I be powerful pleased, my dear. 7 years ago—" "8," interposed the wife, with a shocked glance at son William. "8 be it then. I dared it like a man, and I dare it again, please God." "Lor, Christopher!" "William keeped gravy off the breeches. Mr. Gore, sir, you'll be for pardoning me, but lady's face be a good bargain. The Bible says something of vines and fig leaves and olive branches. I dunno as I quite knows what, but I wish ye all of it, sir, you and the lady." So Barbara lay in her lover's arms that night, and they heard the birds break out with their songs at dawn. End of chapter 48. Chapter 49 of Mad Barbara by Warwick Deeping. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 49. The sun was up, the birds making the air quiver, the life of the world awake with the faint fragrance of a spring morning. Barbara, lying upon her lover's arms, looked with shadowy eyes at the casement that caught the light of the glowing east, and with the first coming of consciousness she had remembered the refugee at Thorn, and the part that they had set themselves to play that day. The self in them was to be thrust aside on that first morning of their life together. Barbara, combing her hair at the little glass by the window, could hear her man walking to and fro in the garden, for he had risen first, and taken the bar down from the house door before the Jennifers were stirring. And though he whistled the tune of a love-song, she seemed to feel a spirit of melancholy and foreboding stealing up through the spring morning. Nor was her own consciousness without a sense of shadowiness and vague unrest. Bridal dawns are not always the happiest dawns, yet it was not the love in Barbara that had suffered pain. The destiny that she was to fulfil that day brought back a fog of recollections that chilled the air a little and weakened the sunlight. This was the aftermath, the second reaping and gathering of memories.
The joy of the night had been sweet, intimate, and wrapped in with the darkness, and perhaps her heart was not ready for the daylight and realities. It was a sensitive and sacred hour with her, and almost she could have desired to spend that day alone. There was so much to realize, so much to feel, so much to foreshadow. She was no longer herself. The sacrament had its mysteries. Her maidenliness felt a little shy of the world at first. She heard John Gore walking below her window, and a sudden rush of tenderness seized on her. For the moment she felt lonely, even afraid, for he to whom she had given everything alone could give everything in return. The sense of surrender was quick in her. She would be utterly alone in the world, save for this one man. Love was life, and the wistfulness made her yearn over him, as though one day the world might take him from her. "John!" He turned and looked up at the window. "Hello, little wife." She leaned forward with her comb caught in a tress of her hair, knowing not what to say to him now that she had called him. "What a heavy dew there has been!" "Yes, the grass is grey in the meadows." "Is Mrs. Winnie up yet?" "No, we are the larks this morning." She was silent a moment, looking away toward the distant hills. Her voice had a tremor when she spoke again. "John." "Yes." "Come to me. I want you." And he went up to find her weeping. Man, being a creature of tougher fibre, cannot always comprehend a woman's moods. They may seem inexplicable to him, because her sensitiveness can be as fine as gossamer, and hardly visible against the coarser background of reality. Even as a man cannot always gauge the strange, shrinking prides of a shy child, so he may blunder against the delicate and sacred things of a woman's soul, unless love, spiritual love, gives him that intuition that sees beyond the carnal clay. "Why, Barbe, weeping?" He looked at her, not a little troubled, searching his own heart guiltily, yet having no consciousness of having wounded her in any way. The tears of a woman whom he loves have always been a personal issue for a man. They may pique him if he is vain, challenge him if he is honest. "Oh, it is nothing, John." He did the only thing a man could do, and that was to take her face between his two hands and kiss her. "Little wife, no secrets from me. Let us begin life so. We shall never regret it." She closed her eyes, and putting her hands upon his shoulders, hung her head a little. "It was foolish of me, dear. I have been so happy, and sometimes when one has been very happy—" "The tears come, little wife." "I have never been very happy till now, John, and just now it came into my heart so suddenly." She faltered, and he stood looking down at her as he held her in his arms. "Barbara, wife, you felt lonely." She darted up a look at him as though surprised that he should know. "How do I know, child? Because I had something of the same feeling myself. What a pair of fond fools, eh? No, it is something deeper and more sacred than that." "Yes, John, I know. But do you think—" "I think a great many things, Barbe." "Yes, but that I shall make you happy, that I can fill your life for you?" He took her unloosed hair and put it back from off her forehead. Perhaps he was learning the familiar truth that no being can be more fiercely conscientious and self-critical than a good woman newly married. Fevers of doubt and of introspection rise in her, the surrender is so final, so utter, and the future seems so precious. "Barbe, we have been married not quite a day. Yes, yes, I know. It is the sweet, brave heart in you that is blind to its own worth. Little wife, look in my eyes and see if you see any shadows there." She looked and smiled. "No, John." "Then never look for them, dear heart. One's imagination may create curses. Always speak out, never think in. If I ever hurt you, yet God forbid, tell me so. That can be mended." She felt for his hands and held them. "I will try always not to think of myself, John." "Then you will be a very foolish woman, dear, and I shall have to do the thinking for you." "And you will take me to Thorn to-day?" He looked at her gravely. "You wish that?" "I wish it." It was still early when John Gore brought the horses to the gate after breakfast and lifted Barbara into her saddle. She wore a plain black riding habit that morning, a black beaver with a black plume curled round the brim, and a collar of white lace about her throat. The life at Furze Farm had tinted her skin with a brown pearly haze. She was never a girl for much colour, but her lips were red and generous, and her figure more rich in womanliness than of yore. The shy introspective mood of the early morning had passed. Hill and valley bathed in sunlight, the freshness of the woods, the movement, the sympathy between heart and heart brought back that happier courage that is the true boast of health. For it is the brave, clear-eyed woman who holds the love of a man in this world. Melancholy and helplessness may please the lover, they do not often hold the husband. Man needs a mate who can spread her wings with him, whose eyes looked trustfully, who has no trick of selfish tears. And John Gore, riding beside his wife that morning, felt glad and strong and sure because of her, for generosity counts with a man almost before all other virtues. Let a woman be pure and generous, and she will never lack the reverence of men. When they came to the Valley of Thorns that morning, John Gore drew rein in the beech thicket that he knew so well. He desired to bring Barbara into Thorn without my lord suspecting it. "I will go down first," he said. "When I am ready I will come into the court and wave my cloak. Then, little wife, you will follow." And it was agreed between them as he said. My lord was not in the kitchen that morning, and John Gore, seeing that the stool was gone, guessed that his father was in the garden. Going out into the court, he waved his cloak as a sign to Barbara, and passing on into the garden, he found Stephen Gore sitting in the sunlight, with his sword across his knees. He looked younger by years than he had looked for many weeks. His eyes had an alertness new to them, and he rose up to meet his son with the air of an aristocrat and a man. "Good morning to you, John. I am making the most of the sunlight." The son looked questioningly at the father's sword. My lord's manner had something final, something stately in its tranquillity. "I had a visitor yesterday, my son. I was glad that you were absent." "A visitor? Who?" "One of those gentlemen, John, who walk through the world with a ladle full of hot sulphur. He came to spy and to discover. I entertained him. I assure you that he was mightily exalted." John Gore looked grave. "An informer?" "Call the creature what you will, my son. He has scented the fox and run him to earth. He seemed astonished at my urbanity, and sat with the hand upon his pistol. 'Good sir,' said I am tired of the country and yearn for the city and that noble place where so many good gentlemen are entertained. Do me the honour of waiting on me to-morrow with a few fiery Protestant friends. Let us fix the hour at noon. I assure you that I shall not run.' And I believe the fellow believed me. I shall be taken to-day, John. I am waiting for them quietly here. What does it matter? They cannot frighten me. I am beyond that now." He spoke simply, yet pungently, a quiet pride giving him something of grandeur and impressiveness. John Gore was listening for the sound of Barbara's coming. A clatter of hoofs from the courtyard rose in the morning air. My lord heard it and smiled, and then held out a hand to his son. "Hear them, John? I did not expect the rogues so early. Clear, my lad, I don't want you caught in the tangle. Get behind some of yonder bushes." John Gore looked hard at his father. "It is not your friends yet," he said. "Wait here. This is my affair." The sunlight shone on Barbara's face as she met her husband in the courtyard. He said but one word, "Come," and led her by the hand into the garden. A tangle of shrubs hid the place where Stephen Gore waited, and thus John Gore and Barbara came upon my lord quite suddenly, and stood before him almost like a pair of runaways returning for a father's pardon. My lord looked at Barbara and went white to the lips. His arms hung limply. He stooped and seemed to shrink into himself, his eyes remaining fixed on her as though unable to look away. For the moment the old, frightened, fawning expression came back into his eyes. Then he gave a sudden, inarticulate cry, flung out his hands, and stood groping almost like one struck blind. "John, you have deceived me!" He would probably have fallen had not the son sprung to him and put an arm about his body. "John, you have deceived me! My God, are you against me even at the last?" No, no, it is not that." He glanced at Barbara, for Stephen Gore seemed in a kind of agony. He trembled greatly, leaned heavily upon his son, almost clinging to him as though stricken with the dread that he had been tricked and condemned even at the last by the one man whose love was the only thing left to him. Barbara answered her husband's glance. Her lips were quivering. This strong man's anguish went to her heart. "John, tell him. It is forgiveness. A blotting out of the past." At the sound of her voice Stephen Gore recovered his courage and his self-control. He stood back from his son, putting John Gore's arm aside, as though he had strength enough to stand alone. He looked at Barbara sadly, yet with thankfulness, the look of a man whose grosser prides were dead. "You are alive, child. Thank God for that. The truth of this was hid from me." She would have spoken, but he held up his hands as though to beg her patience. "You know everything? Does she know the whole truth, John?" The son nodded and turned his face away. My lord spoke on. "Child, I did you and yours a great wrong. I cannot justify myself. Out of my own mouth I am judged. These are the words of a man who expects to die. Yet it be said, child, without pride of heart, that I would have gladly ended the thing I called my life, that I might wipe out all the past." There was a silence between the three for several seconds. Then Barbara looked at John Gore, and he at her. "We have buried the past," she said, turning to my lord. Stephen Gore did not move. "John and I are man and wife. We have put the past away from us. It is better for us, and for the dead." My lord raised his eyes slowly till they rested on Barbara's face. He saw nothing there but a mist of tenderness and tears. "Child, you say this to me?" She held out her hands generously. "Out of my heart I say it." My lord bowed himself and took her hands, and when he had kissed them he put them reverently away from him, and stood up bravely, yet with a twitching face. John Gore had come to stand beside his wife, and the three looked at each other and were silent. Then my lord spoke. "Children, go, and God bless you." They looked at him questioningly, but he did not falter. "John, my son, you understand. They will come for me soon. I am ready. I shall no longer be ashamed. Go. I would not have you near the fringe of the slough into which these good Protestants will throw me. You have your lives to live. It is my desire that no shadow of mine should ever darken them again." Barbara looked at her husband, for she did not understand the meaning of what was said. My lord smiled at her and pointed toward the distance. The authority seemed his that day. "John will tell you the truth. It is for your sakes that I demand this." Both husband and wife faltered, but Stephen Gore's eyes were clear and unflinching. "John, if this should be the end of me, what I have is yours, unless the rogues sequestrate it. Now go, my son, and be happy. It is my last wish, and you will grant it me." And so they left him, sadly, unwillingly, feeling like traitors leaving a friend to death. For the man had seemed lovable, even great, at that last moment, and yet they had felt that it would have been graceless to question his last desire. Stephen Gore watched them go, following them to the courtyard and standing above the moat as they rode slowly away toward the woods. Under the beech trees they turned and looked back at Thorn, and saw him standing there, and waved him a farewell. What will it mean? Barbara's eyes asked her love that, as he took her bridle and drew away into the woods. "They will take him to-day," he said. "Yesterday he was discovered. Other heads have fallen. So may his." She was silent a while, and then looked at John Gore wistfully. "And we are leaving him? Wife, it was his wish, his prayer, his penance. I, a man, would not grudge it him. Can you not understand?" "Yes, John, I can understand." And they rode back to Furze Farm sadly, knowing that it would be wiser for them to leave the place and seek some refuge till they saw how the times promised. Before noon my lord was taken in Thorn as a Catholic and a conspirator against the state. He met them calmly, with the fine carriage of the man of the world, courteous and debonair, ready even with an epigram and a smile. His face seemed strangely tranquil as he rode with his escort out of the gate of Thorn. May the sins of the fathers rest not upon the children. That was the prayer that his heart uttered. End of chapter 49. End of Mad Barbara by Warwick Deeping. Read by Lynne Thompson.